Right, I think I'm going to get going. I know that people are joining, but I'll just kind of get started with the welcome and the housekeeping. So good morning to everybody. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Julie Pointer, and I'm the Children and Young People Lead at the National Development Team for Inclusion. And for those of you who don't know about us, we're a charity. We work across the country pretty much now, including Wales and Scotland as well. And we're a charity that works to try and support those who are most excluded from society. We run a Children and Young People's programme as part of that. And since the beginning of the reforms, the SEND reforms, we've been working on what we call Preparing for Adulthood. It's a contract that's funded by the Department for Education, and we work with our partners, Mott MacDonald and the Council for Disabled Children. And I'm sure you all know about us, otherwise you probably wouldn't be here. So just a little bit about today. Our current contract comes to an end the end of March, and we wanted to try and give people an opportunity to showcase some of the work that's been going on across the country. So we have people here from all of the 9 regions. It was really tough. You can imagine that there is lots of good practice, despite what you hear and read in the press. There's lots of good stuff going on in the world of SEND. So we had to select to make sure we've got someone from all of the regions, and we capture all of those for Preparing for Adulthood outcomes. So employment, friends and community, independent living and good health. We're going to try really hard to keep to time today. We are recording. We would ask you to keep your mics off. If you have any burning questions, maybe pop them in the chat, but we will have a Q&A at the end of the session today as well. I'm also mindful that there'll be people popping in and out too. So we just need to be kind of keeping to time to make sure that we get to the end of the day smoothly. I think I've covered everything I needed to cover, just looking at my notes. So without further ado, I'm going to pass over to Andre, who's our kind of first opening speaker. And Andre is the SEN and Disability Professional Advisor with the Department for Education. And thank you so much for joining us, Andre, today.
We're also going to be getting together with other convenience and other entities to help you create our view.
Right, thank you, Julie. Thank you for that introduction. It's really great to be here, and it's great to be part of the Preparing for Adulthood celebration event. As Julie said, there's a lot to celebrate. There's a lot of noise in the system. We're reaching a really critical time with the publication of the SEND review. And I'm hoping that that will highlight what's gone well, but also what further steps are needed to continue on the journey, the ambitious journey that was set in 2014. So I just want to give a few words really at recognising the really big importance of the Preparing for Adulthood agenda and the massive contribution that the NDTI team has played in bringing that to the fore of, if I say the public, I probably mean the sort of the educational system. And, possibly the biggest tribute to the work. I think, firstly, the Preparing for Adulthood work has been designed to encourage person-centred plan approaches. And I'll say a little bit more about the evidence of that happening or not. To recognise, it's really critical to recognise that preparing for adulthood starts in the earliest years. A really important message we all need to absorb ourselves and then transmit to others. And then also part of the PfA agenda is understanding what's positive, what's possible across the 4 pathways. And again, looking at today's agenda, it's rich in those sort of examples about what's possible and what's positive. But perhaps the biggest tribute to the agenda has been that PfA is a chapter in itself in the Code of Practice. I won't embarrass anyone by asking which chapter is it. I'll tell you it's chapter 8. Okay, Julie. But that's a massive tribute to the work of many to get that in there, but also to the government's recognition that that is really important. Okay, Julie, I will put you on the spot. Chapter 8, what's the title of chapter 8?
Preparing for Adulthood from the Earliest Years.
Exactly. Preparing for Adulthood from the Earliest Years. That's the headline. You couldn't send out the message any bigger than that. So I think, you know, it's really important to know that that's there, that it's changed the agenda before 2014, because I think before then, I think preparing for adulthood was rather a niche concept delivered in relatively small areas of the education world. But it really stormed onto the national agenda in 2014, and I know that many colleagues here have been working very hard to embed it, to spread the information through training, development, conferences, etc., etc. And I think, you know, 8 years on, let's have a look at the impact of that. And I think there's many good messages, but I'm going to start with one of the messages that isn't quite so good. There isn't quite such good news if you see NEET, those not in employment, education or training, as an important measure of the outcome of the education and training system. Because in the last 3 years, we have seen an increase in the number of young people aged 18 to 25 with education, health and care plans in the NEET category. Now, I think the last 2 years of that is captured by the pandemic, and I think there have been particular challenges for society as a whole in relation to employment and further education and so on. But it's something to watch. And why is that? Well, it's obviously very important. We could all generate probably loads of bullet points about it, but we know that spending time not in employment, education or training does have a detrimental effect on young people's physical and mental health well-being and on their wider life chances. We know that the longer you're on NEET, the more likely you are to have very long-term unemployment, low wages, mental health, you might get involved in crime. It's really critical that all elements are working together to ensure that we make sure young people don't end up in the NEETs data. We also, research tells us a bit more about NEETs. It tells us how we can predict which are the characteristics of young people that are more likely to draw you into the NEETs category. So living in areas of deprivation, your socioeconomic position, parental factors such as whether your parents are employed, whether they went on to further education, increases or not the likelihood of being in NEET. Young people in care are at a higher risk of being in NEET. We know about these characteristics. Are we targeting our work in schools and colleges to give greater support to those who have these characteristics to help them along the way into further education, employment or training? We also know that undertaking planning and reviews is critical in terms of keeping those 4 pathways on everyone's agenda and making sure that that the voice of the young person is key. That's another key message that has been driven through the preparation for adulthood work and needs to continue to be there, the voice of the young person. So we know as well that an important point in young people's lives in relation to the development of those 4 pathways is the transfer phase from one setting to another setting. That's absolutely critical in terms of preparing young people, moving from primary to secondary school and making sure that that's a smooth transfer of information, a good experience, etc., and that new providers take account of the wider needs of a young person with learning difficulties or disabilities. I'm talking to you, there'll be many here from local authorities. I can see some names I recognise who are working hard on that 31st of March deadline for those leaving school and moving on to further education. That is critical. I was talking to a local authority before I came onto this call who hadn't done very well last year, let's say. But at this point in time, on the 11th of March, they've done 74% of all their 31st of March reviews and are optimistic about a very high completion by the end. these are important. They're important in terms of preparing the college or what other setting, in order to make sure that there is a proper and comprehensive offer that takes account of the pathways of the young person and prepares appropriate support. And we know we've learned a lot from the work of the local area Ascend inspections. We've learned some really encouraging things from those. We've also learned some worrying things from those. But we are able to see areas of good practice from the local area inspections. And I was reading some in the last few months, those that have come out in the last few months. Where is there examples of good transition planning? Well, I was particularly taken with what's going on, say, in Solihull, for example, where it was reported that there's a 16+ transition panel, which comprises education and care professionals, that there is planning going on for moves into post-16 provision. In Nottingham City, leaders have developed a coherent plan to support young people prepare for adulthood, and they've got a partnership with an organisation called Futures that strongly supports the transfer into FE employment or training. Another area of success over the last few years has been the increase every year in the number of work placements. And I know there are some examples of talks today which highlight some good practice in that area. But for all those young people with plans, there have been increases in the numbers receiving placements in apprenticeships, traineeships, and particularly supported internships. And despite the challenges of the pandemic, all of those, the numbers going to each of those has increased. It's not gone quite as rapidly upwards in the last year as it had been doing, but it's still on the increase. And again, you'll know that the department has earmarked more funding for supported internship developments for the next 2 or 3 years. So that's been another success from the reform. So I think we need to celebrate that. We also know from the inspections that I was just talking about that there is again some good practice in individual local areas that are succeeding in securing these sort of placements. So recently there was a report published on Manchester. More young people are now benefiting from this strong offer of apprenticeships, internships and traineeships.
2 minutes, Andre.
How long?
I think 1 minute now.
Oh, 1 minute, okay. So there's very good examples of that happening, and the inspections do highlight that. We're also seeing from the inspections examples of plans where the voice of the young person runs right through the plan. And again, that's very important. I noticed today you've got a presentation from Camden, who are going to demonstrate how they've carried through the young person's view. That's another critical part of the agenda. So I do think there is much to celebrate. There's much data that's out there in terms of the numbers of people getting into work-based placements. That's an important element of success. The practices that you're about to hear about, and also I think the sort of continued drive to keep this on the agenda. The review is due to be published very soon, and that I know you'll all be sort of waiting to see how it can carry forward the agenda of improving outcomes for all. So I hope today goes well. There's some very good practice in there to celebrate and to showcase. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Andre. And I should say that I'm going to be keeping time throughout the day, so I will be giving all of our speakers a couple of minutes warning. Yeah, thanks for that, Andre. That was a fantastic beginning for our day, and thank you for your highlighting the practice that you're aware of. That's great, and I'm so glad to have you here. So our next speaker is Karina Popper from Camden. So every year I'm Linda Jordan, I work on the Preparing for Adulthood team, sorry. I'd like to introduce Karina from Camden. Every year our contract with the department is slightly different and we're asked to do specific pieces of work. And in 1819 and 1920 we had a big piece of work called the Post-19 programme. and the department had asked us to work with a number of areas across the country to explore what are the challenges for the post-19 agenda. And in Camden, they volunteered to have a look at how they could get better at bringing together the whole planning processes, so avoiding young people having multiple plans, different conversations and duplication. So it's been a real pleasure working with Camden throughout that, and Karina's been an amazing leader and a very brave leader. So over to you, Karina.
Thank you very much, Linda, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invite, and it's good to see you all, some of whom I already know. So I'm going to make a very quick start because I have a film towards the end, and I do hope we can have about 5 minutes. I have, I think, about 20 minutes. I'll wait for you, Linda, to tell me when I'm near to the time. Can you all see the presentation okay?
We sure can. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'll be telling you today about the single plan project work we've done in Camden. And in terms of the single plan, how did we come about thinking about the single plan? We saw an opportunity in the idea of a single plan, an opportunity to improve outcomes and our conversation. So we looked at the extent to which a single plan is possible. If I tell you about Camden very briefly, we have a lot of good work and initiatives in Camden. We are very diverse culturally and very rich in terms of the cultural, diverse cultural aspect of Camden. We work in an integrated way, like most local authorities, but we have a service which is called Mosaic, which is an integrated social work and health service for disabled children and young people. We have some outstanding schools and good education provision post-19. We continue to work with our local employers, understand the demand, understand the market. We have developed more local accommodation options for young people post-19, and we now have a Shared Lives Camden offer, and many more things we can say about that. But why we wanted a single plan? Because we realized that not so our young people, children, young people we work with, we support, they are still experiencing some, but not sufficient opportunities comparing to their non-disabled children. We also know that the consultation with children, young people could be more meaningful and more joined up. And we also wanted to start early. We now start at year 9. So it's interesting that we are now thinking that we should start planning even earlier. In the same time, we wanted to make the education, health and care plan as good as it can be. So what does this mean? It's person-centered planning, streamlining planning, of course, with a focus on life outcomes. I mentioned earlier about the meaningful engagement with children, reducing duplication as well for professionals and families, joint working, and of course we wanted to, following the 2 years project, we wanted to do a bit of sharing of the learning, which we are hopefully doing today. And I think last year we also attended a session on this with colleagues from London. So how did we go about developing the single plan? And I don't know if you noticed on slide 2, I said single conversation at some point, because after a while we realized that it's very difficult actually to get to the idea of to have a single plan. So we moved towards single conversation in terms of our thinking. So first of all, we had 2 workshops with professionals across the system, and we have looked at the range of plans that exist for children and young people. We looked at the overlap, we looked at the duplication, where we could align plans, where there are opportunities to align plans. It was an interesting exercise. You could see that the child can have up to 6 to 7 plans at one time. We have had a couple of sessions with our network across education, health and social care to refresh the conversation about what person-centered planning means and what person-centered approach is. Linda, who is here today, contributed to observing and facilitating reviews at schools and colleges during early 2020, and then we continued doing that during 2021. We realized we have local challenges, but we decided to continue, of course, and develop an action plan to improve that single plan, single conversation type of concept. I'm going to share now with you, I have a couple of slides where I'm going to share some of the work we have done in special schools, one of the special schools in Camden and one of our colleges in Camden. So how we went about doing this. So I'm going to share in this next few slides what we learned, what worked well, and what we could have done differently. So when it comes to the special school, we looked at 10 cases from year 9 and year 10 children, young people. We had preparation meetings with our colleagues from health and education to introduce the pilot. We looked at the review of the format of the reviews. We wanted to have the format completely different to what it is now. We sent a letter to the family to explain there is going to be a different way of doing your child's review. So it's important to prepare families, and we also met with families, social workers did. And then we introduced person-centered tools, which I'll share with you in a minute. You can find them on the NDTI website as well. So the person-centered tools were used by the social workers or the teaching assistants to understand the young person's aspiration prior to the review happening. And we also looked at aligning the short breaks review with our preparing for adulthood assessment in social care. And of course, what is also important is to have a social worker allocated early to enter into that preparation stage with the family. What worked well is that we had all this planning in advance with the TAs, the social workers, the family. So we knew about the aspirations of the young people in advance. What also worked well is that families found that having the wider network of professionals in one meeting helped them in terms of constructing and having that conversation about the future with their child and young person. We also, we know that the virtual world offered us a bit more flexibility, so families did appreciate that. They were able to attend, they didn't have to take time off work. Then we had not too much time off work, of course. Then we had parents who were better engaged for this reason as well with their child's voice. We have had situations where, of course, families were nervous about what is going to happen because they would have liked to actually intervene a bit more in terms of the child voice. So it was quite, it was like a light bulb moment for us in how rich the meetings could be when you have the child in the meeting, the young person in the meeting. We looked at, so this is about their annual reviews. We looked at similar interests. So social workers were able to identify young people with similar interests and what they can do together. And we also looked at how our short breaks provision can actually be support the preparing for adulthood outcomes within the education, health and care plan. This is one of the tools which I wanted to share with you today. Some of you have seen it. If you haven't, then you will find it on the NDTI website. It's called the What Matters Island. It's a very useful tool, very user-friendly, and social workers, teachers, children really loved it. So we used it successfully. Now moving on, areas for development when it comes to the special school, the pilot in special school, we realized that annual reviews need more than an hour. So at least I would say an hour, 15 minutes, perhaps an hour, 30 minutes. What we also learned is that the preparation meetings required with health representatives, social care teachers and schools who work closely are key to the process. We have had challenges around health targets. If you don't have health professionals in the meeting, it's very hard to talk about health outcomes, especially health outcomes which are focused on preparing for adulthood. So that was a challenge for us at times. We also realized that conversations sometimes are very short term. So we do need to, and sometimes the conversation is not just short term, but expectations from families need to be clarified earlier. For families when it comes to education, it's not necessarily until 25. Someone can leave school at the age of 16, doesn't have to leave school at the age of 19 only. So there are other options there that can be explored, which are not necessarily explored. So it's a learning for us. And of course, we also realize that talking about the future, it's something that people are very anxious about. And I think we know this, and this work has actually highlighted this aspect even more. So preparation, I think it's key. I will be going very quick through the specialist college work. We have taken a similar approach. We had preparation as a multi-agency teams in the specialist college. We have health colleagues from our CLDS team based in this college. So they're able to actually facilitate all these meetings. And we created that space for preparing for adulthood conversations to start early before the annual review. So again, preparation. We use the wikis in the college, as most of you will be familiar, which meant that the young person was in the meeting, regardless if they were physically or virtually, they were in the meeting. Talking about their aspirations and interests, and we ensure that the social worker is allocated early again to help with the preparation. This is another tool that we used in the special college. Most of you know this. It's called Perfect Week, and it's on the NDTI website. We have this tool as well, which we use successfully with families and can be used, can be printed or can be completed online as well. And what worked well with the college, again, is the fact that we've done preparation. We gave the students a voice, and there was a lot of interest from parents about this. By that time, I think parents are probably more prepared to talk about the future when the young person is 21, 22, perhaps. We had the tools done before the meeting and then shared in the meeting, so that helped as well. And the reviews overall felt more collaborative. And this is what our parents told us, and the professionals, the fact that they were able to do work before. The tools were very clear and helped facilitate the conversations. So this is some of the feedback from the network. Outcomes were very forward-looking. So yeah, it's quite very engaging. So we had very good feedback when it comes to this. We have learned a bit about what we could do differently, again, when it comes to the preparation for the post-19 annual reviews and create that single conversation. So timekeeping was a challenge again. An hour is just not enough. We realized that, so this year coming, we are going to invest more. We realized that we need to do more preparation for the families who are directly affected, or children, young people, by the conversation in that particular year. So in terms of introduce coffee mornings, preparing for adulthood drop-ins, so we introduced those already, so families can now join in, talk to professionals on a regular basis. And then we realized that we need to develop more communication tools to support participation in face-to-face meetings, now that we are back to face-to-face meetings. And it was a challenge when the social workers were not Camden social workers. So we haven't had a lot of engagement from the other local authorities when it comes to their social work teams in attending those reviews. So we learned a few things about, I mentioned earlier, preparation is key. Start having the conversation in year 9 or even earlier if we can. We in Camden, we started year 9. Vocational profile is key as well in identifying the strengths and the gaps, so the school and college can work towards developing, improving those. And we realized as well that some parents were more confident and engaged than others in the meeting. So we need to think about that. Not all parents, as I said, we are very culturally diverse. Not all parents feel confident to speak if English is not necessarily their first language. So it was, I think we need to prepare families more, especially if we work in communities that are culturally very diverse, and we have the tools to do that. In terms of lessons learned, we know that attendance of young people at their annual review is key. And also we developed more guidance for parents and carers. We have a Preparing for Adulthood booklet, which supports that good conversation. Again, it's too wordy, parents are telling us, so we need to streamline that as well this year. We have developed guidance for schools. We have what is called the Preparing for Adulthood pack for schools for them to use, including all the tools I mentioned earlier. And we also looked at the post-16 options and what is available there. When it comes to Camden and moving in terms of our key actions as a result of this work, I mentioned earlier, we realized we have to develop some more tools, work with schools, parents, wikis. We want to introduce the wikis in schools now for students, and we want to redesign our approach from September this year, coming academic year. Of course, we need to stay agile. We need to use our local intelligence to improve our offer, and we want to continue to improve our conversation. So the project given us the opportunity to look at things differently, to be more vulnerable, I would say, in front of everyone around us, including our families. Do I have time to show? Thank you for that. I have a film here, and I wonder, do I have time to show maybe 3-4 minutes, and then people can come back to it?
You've got 3 minutes, Karina.
I will do my best. Can you hear?
No.
Sorry, I think I can.
Hello, Karina, it's Barry. You might want to stop sharing your screen and then reshare your screen and click share with audio.
So stop sharing. 1 second.
Yeah,
stop sharing, and then.
Yeah. And then share with, and then when you click share again, there'll be a little button you can slide across that says share with audio, and then this time you'll have to select the screen where the video is playing. I hope that helps.
The computer sound. Sorry for this.
That's okay. I'm excited. I'd love to see this video.
I hope it will work now.
People and their families through each stage into adulthood. A copy of this can be found on the local offer website or requested from the Children and Young People with Disabilities Service.
Hi, my name is Mohammed and I'm 20 years old. In August last year, I moved into the Brookdales. This is a supported living project in Barnet. Prior to me moving there, it was difficult at home for my family to support me. I was unhappy and desperate to declare my independence. My communication difficulties made this difficult for me to express this, which led to me becoming very frustrated. At the Brookdales, I have my own large bedroom and ensuite bathroom. I share the lounge, kitchen and garden with 2 other young people. I've become good friends with one of my housemates. My key worker is called Femi. I have a very good relationship with him. I've learnt a lot of independent skills since moving to the Brookdales, such as how to wash the dishes, how to make my bed and mop my bedroom floor. I'm learning cooking skills with the staff, and I also do my online college classes. When I am not working on these skills, I enjoy listening to music and playing my guitar. I like to dance, and my favourite thing is to go out in the car for long drives and to have a long runabout in the park. I see my family at some weekends and holidays. This has been very difficult during the lockdowns because my mum has had to be shielding. The staff supported me to keep up contact with my family virtually during this difficult time. My family are very pleased and proud of me and how I have progressed. They do miss me a lot though, as do I miss them. My pathway to adulthood practitioner, Vicky, from CYPDS, has enabled me to transition to this placement and on my path to independence. My hopes and wishes for the future are to remain happy, safe, and as independent as I can be.
Hi, my name is Iklas and I'm 21 years old. I attend Alexandra Centre and transitioned here from Swiss Cottage School in 2019. I have been supported by the Community Learning Disability Health Team, which includes a physiotherapist, speech and language therapist and a learning disability nurse. They work at Alexandra Centre and visit me at home. They have ensured that all my health needs are met. In college, to communicate, I use the switch and augmented and alternative communication tools. My speech and language therapist ensured that all the tools I used at Swiss Cottage School were transferred to Alexandra Centre. My college tutor ensures that I use my switch to participate in ICT activities, games, and that I can make my own choices. My nurse has helped my mum to ensure that all my healthcare, such as support for my epilepsy, has transferred to adult services and that I attend my yearly health reviews at my GP. My nurse came to my home to give me my COVID vaccine, which was a huge relief for my family. I'm very happy to be back at college. I enjoy seeing my friends and all the activities I participate in. I live at home with my mum and sisters in an adapted property. I receive support from carers who help me with my personal care and take me out into the community. I have a good relationship with my carers and they know me well. My hopes and wishes for the future are to keep healthy and safe and continue to participate in things that I enjoy.
Thank you very much. I don't think we have any more time.
Thanks, Karina. That was great. And there was a question in the chat about this is only about special schools, and I answered that. Actually, you're now moving on to develop the same approach across mainstream. Yes. Lynn and colleagues have been involved in another programme this year, haven't they? So thanks very much, Karina. Brilliant.
Thank you very much. And sorry, it was a bit rushed. Hope you enjoyed the video.
Thank you.
That was brilliant, Karina, to see. Thank you. I'm Ellen Atkinson. I'm one of the Preparing for Adulthood team as well. And I have pleasure in introducing my colleagues Barry Jones and John Ralphs. Barry is the regional lead for the North East and North West, and John's an associate with the National Development Team for Inclusion. And Karina has mentioned some of the great resources that Preparing for Adulthood have produced over the years. And John is responsible for many of those. And they're going to tell you a bit more about What Matters Ireland, which is a great person-centred resource that we produced to find out what's important to children and young people. So over to Barry and John.
Thanks, Ellen. John, can you see my slide okay there?
Absolutely, Barry. Loving that. I'm going to nick that one for another day.
Yeah, it's all yours. Take it. Share away. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. I'm really pleased and kind of really super excited, actually, to be involved in this celebration event and get to share with you very briefly What Matters Ireland. It's been a tool that's really transformed my practice, how I engage with, seek to understand and explore what matters with children, young people and young adults. And John and I are going to share the quickest way to introduce the concept of the island and probably also a little bit about how we've used it, just to give you a flavour, So John, I'm wondering kind of like, I've been using this, for about 4 years, maybe, something like that, maybe 5, but I know it was created before I kind of found it. So yeah, how did it come alive? How did this amazing tool kind of be born, John?
Yeah, great question, Barry. Thanks for asking. Well, I'm an associate, but I'm also dad to gorgeous Georgie, and Georgie has experienced a statement process and an EHCP process as well. And I remember on the statement process, we had to fight really hard to get resources, and we painted the worst picture ever for Georgie to get resources. And then we came into this thing called an EHCP and actually the voice of the young person. I'm loving to hear that, actually. Thanks, Andre, from that. So how do we get the voice of the young person? So I said to Georgie, what matters to you? Tell me about your aspirations, tell me about your dreams. And she really struggled with that information. So we kind of created a template, really, just from a conversation with Georgie. So rather than saying what hopes and dreams, she says, well, I dream at night in bed. If you could do anything, Georgie, what would it be? And Georgie, what are you good at? Not your gifts and talents. And Georgie, if we had to go somewhere and we had to take things, what sort of things would you take? What really matters to you? And I guess that's the basis, really, of developing this What Matters Ireland. I love to draw. And so I was kind of drawing it as I was talking to Georgie. And I used Georgie's example of how I had a conversation with her to come to outcomes and an action plan. And we used that, Georgie's example, so other people can learn from Georgie completing the What Matters Ireland.
Great, thanks, John. So I'm wondering, shall we just quickly fly through in terms of one of many orders you could use this? You can be pretty flexible, but John and I have worked quite a lot of them together and found that a particular order works well. So do you want to sort of talk us through the first few bits, John?
Yeah, so Well, it's great that Karina was using it online version. How about that? That was a great kind of prompt. So on the PfA website, you can download this as a editable tool, so you can just type into it. But I'm liking the heart there, Barry. And for me, it's owned by the young person. So if we ever do any group work with young people, or if I'm working with a young person, I'm saying put your name on it. So that might be a thumbprint. That might be a drawing of themselves. They might be able to write their name. It's their What Matters Island. It belongs to them. And then just a date so we know when it was made. So if we need to review it, we've got a rough idea when we first created it.
And then
we say, okay, we're going to go. Oh, sorry, go, Barry.
Okay, and then we can see we've rehearsed lots, can't you? So then we imagine and we just pretend we're going to visit a What Matters Island, and there's no one there, nothing to do and nothing to have. Some of you on the call might be going, oh, wow, when are we leaving? And maybe some are thinking, oh, that sounds really scary and horrible. I don't want to go. So we just say, hey, who are the people in your lives you would like to take on that island? Your loved ones, your friends. And you don't necessarily need to see them every day, right? It might be someone you just see once a year. So I'll take my optician because they really matter to me, but I don't want to see them every day. And we also talk about pets, John, don't we? Because they're kind of part of the family too. Here we go. Here, I'm going to tap back over. There you go. Back over to you, John.
Yeah, great. So, and then we say, what kind of things do you want to take, really? So when we was talking with Georgie, there was a couple of things. It was great with Karina showing what matters and what good support looks like. So Georgie would definitely take some kind of technology, mobile phone, but she'd probably take one, maybe two phone chargers, because Georgie's got autism, and if it drops down, that battery drops down level, she gets a bit anxious about it. So she'd take that. She would also probably take some kind of game to play. Rugby ball. She would also take a medication, and she would also take her little earplugs, because Georgie doesn't like noise, so she can pop them in, pull her hair down, nobody knows, and it just cuts out, because it might be a noisy place, we don't know. So she'd probably take her little earplugs.
And then we think about things to do, don't we? So what I love about this tool in particular isn't just about what things do you do that really matter to you now, but hey, because we're thinking big and we're imagining, what things would you like to try? Maybe you've been too scared to up until now, or maybe you just haven't had the opportunity. So what would you love to do? And also maybe what would you love to be on the island as well? I'd like to swim so I'm fit and healthy and happy, or that kind of stuff. So things to do, absolutely. And then John, I love your 3 H's. Can you share your 3 H's tip?
Yeah, so just this is actually young people have helped us develop this. Young people have helped us develop this. We used to put gifts and talents, and we had like a present box in that on where that heart is now. And a young person said, John, what's the difference between a gift and a talent? And I thought, that's a blooming good question. I'm not sure. And so we changed it to what I'm good at. So thanks for young people helping us develop this. But yeah, so I'm thinking about head. So some intellectual stuff you're good at. You might be good at maths. What you're good at with your heart. So you might be some emotional stuff, some intrinsic stuff. I'm good at caring. Or it might be stuff you're good at your hands. I can do Lego like blindfolded backwards or whatever it might be. So what am I good at? So it's head, heart and hands.
Great. And then we ask people kind of, what do people like about you? And it used to be, what do people love or like and admire? And again, young people said, yeah, let's just use kind of like. That's what kind of helps us understand it. And sometimes, even as adults, we might struggle to answer this question. I'm wondering how many of you on the call are thinking, hey, there's just not enough room on that page, Barry, to write all the things that people like about me and all my amazing gifts and the good things I'm good at. So if and when people, young people, children or adults get stuck, we point them back to the island. So let's imagine I could speak cat or goldfish or guinea pig, and I had a chat with your pet. What would your pet say they like about you? What would all these people on your island say they like about you? And then we begin to think about dreaming, John, don't we?
Yeah, that's good. I remember you actually used that in a one-to-one session with a young person about what would your dog say about you. So that, yeah, so you actually used that. Yeah, so what I did with Georgie is we looked at those 3 first things we've looked at. So what matters, what I'm good at, and what people like about me. Is there any clues there, Georgie, about what if you could, you would as well? So there's some stuff about dreaming. But for Georgie, her thinking is quite concrete. Somebody said that you're very good at photography. So I could be a photographer. Somebody else said you're very caring, Georgie, so I could do something around caring as well. So we use that information to talk with Georgie about what she could do.
Right. And John, I blew me away when he talked about before the times of mobile phones and satellite navigation. I was old enough to remember that. We used to be able to navigate across the North Star. So we use this idea of the North Star is our hope, our dreams, our aspiration. And as we said, some people say, hey, I dream in my sleep. What's that about? So he said, if you imagine the North Star is your best life ever, and you're going to hold on to that North Star, you know, if you could, you would. What would you do? If I could, I would get a job when I leave school. If I could, I would catch the bus and see my mates on a weekend. Yeah, if I could, I'd fall in love and be the best dad ever. All of those gloriously ordinary lives things. And then we talk about a test of the 2 Ps, John, right? What's the 2 Ps? Andre mentioned it.
Yeah, so
this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. That was great, Andre. Yeah, I'm just thinking it's like we've rehearsed this. So what is both positive and possible? I used to have outcomes on that one there. And then again, the language wasn't right. So, hey, what do I want in the future? That makes much more sense to young people. So, but it is section E of an EHCP, but it's what I want in the future. But we talk about what is both positive and possible. So the if I could, what is like a life compass? It's like your guiding star. It gives you direction, it gives you motivation, gives you purpose. But here we're getting down to some crunchy feet on the floor. What is both positive and possible?
Right. And then we kind of think really big. And again, what I love about this tool is we don't just say, hey, what's the matter? And what can I do to fix you, you know, from the medical model? But we say, hey, what matters to you? And then what do you want to do and be in the future? And then what needs to happen? And John sort of, I found this really inspiring, created this idea that we start with a child and young person. It's not complicated, is it? It's kind of simple, but not simplistic. So what can the child or young person do to move towards their outcome about being able to travel independently and seeing their mates, for example? What can their friends, family and community do? And then what support and help might they need? And that's where we come in as adults who are paid or unpaid to be in their lives. So really thinking big and exploring big kind of together. How have we used it, John? Can you think?
Yeah. I was just thinking, even if a young person or a child has a real complex care package, and I still start with the young person. What can you do to help yourself? What can family do that love and care about you? Help. Yeah, absolutely. I'd always use that kind of. And if you look at community-led support and the resource wheel, that's where I nicked it from. Yeah, absolutely. So I've done this virtually. So I've been in a school hall on a big screen, and people have had these as templates and they've kind of used them. I've been in a room. I remember one lad I did up in the Northwest. He was doing his, he got super excited. He says, my annual review's this afternoon, and I'm going to take this to my annual review and show them what I want to do with my life. I thought, how cool is that? You know, we talk about the voice of the young person. He had a template here to help him actually say what he felt. His voice was there in his meeting in the afternoon. Right. Yeah, I think you've used it a few times, Barry, as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've used it on a one-to-one basis over a couple of hours, over a couple of months. We've done class work. We've gone into schools and colleges. We've worked with early years, primary, secondary, post-16. And just to say, some areas are really embedding this really massively. And I'm so thrilled with this, but it looks a bit naff now. So you can see where this fits into the education, health and care plan. John will love the next bit. The golden thread. Look at that. Section A, Section E, and Section F. And here we go, this magic golden thread's going to run through it. I forgot this was on the slide. Come on, speed up, golden thread. And there it goes. Anyway, we've used this in Stockton-on-Tees, and they've embedded it throughout all of their systems and processes. Every request for a new statutory assessment, you have to have a What Matters Island. Every annual review, you have to have a What Matters Island. You want high needs funding, you have to have a What Matters Island. And they've taken it one step further and said, hey, let's also map out what really matters to the family. So we'll share that tool as well. So I think we probably want to pause there, John. We could talk for hours. All of the stuff we'll send with you. There's loads of great videos online of John talking, so you can play them in the classroom and you can follow along, and you can John can mentor you and your class or you and your service through the process. Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Thanks to both of you. That was brilliant. I mean, I think we all have really benefited benefited from the What Matters Island, John. So it's a great resource, and I think we just find it's so simple, like Barry said. So it's my pleasure now to introduce colleagues from Essex County Council, Suzanne Davis, who's the High Needs Funding and Targeted Employment Officer, and Jethro Picton, who's also a Targeted Employment Officer. And they're going to tell us a bit about how the council are working jointly across the county, including ways that they're developing accommodation and pathways into work for young people. So it's over to Suzanne and Jethro now. Welcome.
Thank you, Ellen, and good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting us along to talk about some of the work we're doing in Essex. We're very proud of our work, as I'm sure everybody is, and we do believe that we really have Preparing for Adulthood at the centre of what we do. So as Ellen said, my name's Suzanne Davis. I'm the High Needs Funding and Targeted Employment Manager, and Jeffrey and my colleagues supporting me today. We're a multifunctional team. We sit in a multifunction area, and we are looking at ways of increasing opportunities into work, primary, but my function has a very complex matrix. I'm funded by adults. I'm line managed in adult social care. I'm line managed in education, and I also have budget responsibilities to education and children and young people's disabilities and social care. So that's very, very complex. I'll let my colleague Jethro just introduce himself quickly, and then I'll come and tell you a little bit more about what we're doing in Essex.
Hi everyone, I'm Jethro. I'm one of the Targeted Employment Officers, of which there is 4 of us, and I lead on development of social enterprises and supportive businesses across Essex, and I'll tell you a bit more about that in due course.
Thank you, Jethro. Next slide then, Jethro. He's my glamorous assistant this morning, so he is. Okay, you've probably all seen this slide. It's one of the PfA resources. We have fabulous resources, don't we? We've been very lucky to have the Preparing for Adulthood site and all the resources and the tools that come alongside it, and I'm sure they're going to be talked about a lot today. But one of the reasons why I love this, it's just such a lovely visual, and it represents the whole ecosystem of preparing for adulthood and that feeling of that community and everything working itself together. It also, when you look at it and you really study it, looks at it, you recognise the interdependencies of the people that are in this, as well as the services and the communities and the employers, and how they all have those connections with each other. Of course, young people are at the centre of this, and of course, every part of this ecosystem should be hearing that young person's voice and how they support that young person to have that voice into their homes, into their jobs, into their relationships, and move on in with their life as the rest of us do. So I think this is a really, really good slide, and I use it a lot actually for people to say to me, what is preparing for adulthood? Tell me what it is. I often use this and say, this is preparing for adulthood. This is what we're striving for. However, next slide, Jethro. This is quite often what it looks like in local authorities, and this slide is deliberately dull. Not saying local authorities are dull, but local authorities have lots of individual teams, and if you take the first team, their social care, there's children's. We have children and young people's, which is one team, but there's 2 sides to that. We have adults, then you have sensory, physical, there's complex, there's so many ranges of social care. So when we take one team, we're talking a lot of within that. Commissioners, I still don't know all the commissioners are in Essex County Council. Every so often someone pops up and says, hey, I've heard about your work, can we work together? Accommodation, we have responsibility for accommodation. Education, again, education is a big, big directorate in local authorities. We're all working with employers one way or another. Social care are, commissioners are, education are. In Essex, we're also working with we're very proud of the work we're doing with what we call Entry to Work, which is our recruitment team, and we're working with them as well. And then we're also working with the economic growth team, who have the responsibility actually in Essex for the development and enticing businesses to come and see Essex as a thriving area to set up their businesses and drive forward economic development of Essex. In Essex, we tend to sit target employment is sat in the middle of all those teams, and we're filtering into them. We're not naturally in everyone as a key component, but what we are is often the conscience of all those teams, with our hands going up quite regularly saying, oh, and what about, have you considered if you were to do this? And I think that puts us in a very strong position in Essex County Council. When the target employment came together, we were very clear that we wanted something we could say what we were. And one of the things we wanted to be able to do was to work across organisational boundaries. So we have that. We definitely do that in Essex. We sit in that middle and we're able to feed across all those teams. We're passionate to get our send, but we say send, but we're very conscious. Local authorities are very comfortable with labels. We try to think beyond labels, but at times we have to use labels because other people associate it. Because if we said job seekers, it would then confuse the situation. We don't like to use the labels, but it's a necessity on their employment journey. And we're looking for that young person's voice about where their aspiration is and how they're going to get themselves into the local job market. So you've got this beautiful picture of preparing for adulthood and its vision and the concept and what it should look like. And then some of the people responsible for delivering that from the local authority sit in a very different way. They don't interconnect so easy. But in Essex, we have used targeted employment to be able to make those connections. Next slide, Jeffro. So what I want to talk to you about just for a couple of minutes, and then I'm going to pass over to Jeffro, is about accommodation. Accommodation is one of the critical strands of preparing for adulthood, as we know. It's often one that parents talk to us most about. That's one that's the most scary at times. It's the one that can cause the most emotions as well. So we've got two things happening in Essex that we're very proud of. One of them is what we now call focused accommodation. This is in its third year. It is a project for the most complex and challenging. This is people that have many, many services around them. They could have continuing health care. This is not the majority of those that are known to social care. And an idea is in the first year we had 19 that we supported. Second year was 29, and looking for this September is 28. We're looking at young people that are in outer county residential placements, education placements, to bring them back into Essex where appropriate. We're also looking for them that have had some of the most challenging behaviours in their own homes. The reason behind this as a project group is we all have a responsibility to these young people and their families. And if we get it right and we bring those young person's voice, there's lots of person-centred planning that happens with this group of people and their families. We have engagement events with their families all the way through this to encourage about how we make that transition from what their current accommodation is into what would be either their forever home or the most appropriate accommodation moving forward. And in our local authority, we don't always have that. So to support us in that, we have our contract category and contract managers, which is part of our procurement team. They're critical in this development. We understand the individual. We then one-page that individual, and then we'll go to contract teams to say, hey, we need a single source provision that looks like X, Y, Z with 1, 2, 3 around it. Now that's quite unique to come up to contracts to say that and for them to be able to resource that. But we look around this wraparound, and to date we have got 28 people successfully placed in their accommodation. We have 2 that have remained in their current education because it's still appropriate. We've got 1 that's moved into community health funding, continuing healthcare funding, sorry. And we're still in the presence of supporting the other 25. I can send those numbers over. And the other one I wanted to talk to you a little bit about is something that we started in Essex a few years ago now, which is transitional housing. We call it Gold Lay. Gold Lay fundamentally is a accommodation that is interlinked with its education. So even down to the tenancy agreement and the nomination rights is you have to be in education to be able to go into Gold Lay. It is not a place that is used as crisis, and it is not a place that you remain. It is part of that transition and preparing for adulthood journey. It is very much focused on developing skills whilst in education, about community inclusion, friendships, employment opportunities, and fundamentally it's about giving young people voices to have confidence, resilience and motivation as they leave education. This scheme is now part of our wider accommodation offer in Essex County Council, and it is now mainstreamed into what we have as our accommodation. It is an independent living scheme, and the accommodation side is funded from housing benefits, but they do have to be attached to education to make that happen. When we presented that with Chelmsford City Council, that became quite a challenge with them. So the conversations around that were very unique at that point in time. But fundamentally, both these schemes, what these projects or opportunities, what they're trying to do is to take the bureaucracy between us as a local authority. So what the parents and the more importantly young person sees is actually there's opportunities and there's choices. So what does it look like for me? Where is it right for me to live next? And that's what these schemes are doing. And they've still got a lot of work to be done on them, and we're still growing them. But ultimately, we've had some really great successes. And I'll now pass you on to Jeffro.
Thank you very much, Suzanne. Before I take you through one example of how Essex County Council has really worked together and a great example of joint working, I just wanted to give you a snapshot of our work as a team. We've worked really hard over the last year and almost 2 years now throughout COVID to embed the 4 pathways to employment within Essex. Each pathway was at quite a different stage of development when the targeted employment team were created, and we've tried to ensure that all the opportunities we create going forward really reflect the 21st century job market and are directly linked to our Essex growth sectors and the green agenda. As you can see from this slide, we've successfully created 25 inclusive apprenticeships, and those have ranged some really interesting ones from kind of personal training to boat building to administration, a real range of different sectors being tackled there. We've also been working on traineeships, which has been a little bit trickier to develop with our cohort, but my colleague has managed to open up 29 new traineeships, and we had a specific request around the development of a horticulture traineeship coming out of some of the vocational profiling we've done, and we managed to develop that this year alongside some other great traineeships with estate agents, some in the construction centre, to name just a few. We had a couple of social enterprises in Essex when I joined, but what we really wanted to do was to embed social enterprises and supported businesses into Essex as like a recognised pathway for those with more complex needs. And so far we've created 22 new roles across our brand new supported businesses, and these have been in sectors such as creative sector, digital marketing, construction, hospitality, a real range of therapy, equine therapy, a real range of different sectors there that we've developed those supported businesses in. And I'll give you a bit more detail about that in a minute. And finally, supported internships. These were fairly well established within Essex, within our colleges, before the targeted employment team arrived. However, what we wanted to do is build on that work and work with some of our larger employers that had been identified for our anchor programme. So we have worked with the NHS to set up 2 new supported internships, one with Basildon Hospital and one with Broomfield Hospital. And in addition to this, we've been lucky enough to be able to work with one of our local farms to create the first ever biodynamic farming supported internship, which was directly linked to someone's aspirations that came out of their vocational profile. So in total, we've added an additional 42 new supported internships within Essex. So a bit about this, how we've worked in a joint working way across Essex County Council. So I've been really lucky, I feel really lucky to have been working on this exciting new work stream to really embed social enterprises and supported businesses into Essex. Coming from education, we wanted to ensure that our learners with more complex needs had access to a pathway into employment, and to essentially to reduce their future reliance on other services, including adult social care. So to achieve this, what we did is we worked closely with the Learning Disability and Autism Commissioners to find the funding for a grant pilot that would provide funds to go directly to businesses themselves or people with ideas for businesses. So what we did is we set up a governance group that straddled right across education, children and families, adults commissioners, and we made sure that we worked closely with our corporate teams, so finance, legal and procurement, because this was something that they hadn't done before. They hadn't directly gone out to fund new businesses in this way to increase outcomes for people with learning disabilities and autism. So there was no kind of template or anything that we could follow. So we had to work really closely with the different departments. We decided that within the pilot, we would award grants up to a maximum of £25,000 to each either existing business or new business. All of the operational tasks were divided between myself in targeted employment or between our commissioners. This meant that aspects such as like the application form for the grant looked less like your traditional tender and more like a business plan. And so the main criteria for the grant was basically to, rather than being like your traditional commissioning process, it was to develop commercial viability of the business, and that the roles that would be created through the grant would be sustainable moving into year 2, year 3 and year 5. So that's what we were really looking for, was to create sustainable roles. We were inundated with businesses and individuals, actually, for that matter, inquiring how they could come into this space. They really wanted to know how they could work with people with learning disabilities and autism, specifically for this grant. And we ended up with 50 expressions of interest, which we managed to convert into 18 applications, and we finally funded 5 businesses. We actually probably could have funded all 18 businesses, but what we wanted to do is start off with a small pilot to provide a proof of concept, and then we'll take this further this year to develop the business grant. As a result of those 5 businesses being funded, we've managed to create 16 paid opportunities for people with complex needs. We've already been, and all of these have already been filled, I think within maybe 1.5 months of going live with the adverts, which really proved that it was something that needed doing. We've provided extensive support to each business both through our own job coach that we're lucky enough to have within Essex County Council and within our team, and that he's been supporting them with their applications for access to work, but also supporting the business as a whole, right from developing their accessible adverts, their job descriptions, onboarding, and then embedding their new employees into their workforce. We've also provided ongoing support to each business through what we've developed as a supported business network and a peer mentoring program. And finally, what we've managed to get back from the employers is that we've worked with them and met with them regularly to really develop some excellent feedback and evaluation for ourselves onto what brought those employers into this space in the first place, what made them want to work with us to increase outcomes for people with special educational needs and disabilities. And some of that feedback we've used, for example, the things around the application form being simple, the process being very simple, and also the fact that our application process, because it was based on a business plan, it helped the businesses plan for their future strategy and their growth, and understand kind of where they were going in the future, because we wanted to see how these roles were going to be created and be sustainable in the future. So there's one example of exactly how we've worked very closely across the organisation to do this joint piece of working. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jethro. That was great to hear. Thanks very much. I think it's over to Alice now. Right, Alice?
Hi, thanks very much. And thanks really for that presentation. It's fantastic, actually, really useful example of that grant in particular, a really creative way of working. So I'm Alice McCall. I'm the regional PfA lead for Yorks and Humber, and this presentation is between myself and Jane Fitzgerald. Jane, do you want to just say hi and your role? I'll bring up the presentation.
Morning everyone, I'm Jane Fitzgerald and I'm the Yorkshire and Humber National Network Parent Carer Forum rep. I also co-lead Genuine Partnerships, and I'm the strategic manager of our local forum.
Great, thank you. Can everyone see my slides? I can't see you, so if you could say yes, that would be good. Put your thumb up, Jane.
Yes. Yeah.
Great. Okay, so I've actually jumped, but I just wanted to use, we've got 15 minutes and we wanted to make sure that we appraised you of some really exciting work in our region, which has stemmed very much from the work of the Parent Carer Forum representatives linked with the National Network for Parent Carer Forums. And I'm just going to take you through a bit of background with Jane before we show you a new resource that we've developed, which is a Preparing for Adulthood Minimum Standards tool to be used really as alongside all the other work that's undoubtedly going to be happening, but very much to support parent carer representatives working in your forums to work closely with SEND leads on PfA to work through an audit tool which has been co-produced with parents and carers. So just to explain in terms of the development, which is currently underway, because we've got an event coming up on the 22nd of March, which we'll publicise in the chat, where we're inviting people to come and hear how the trial of this tool has gone in 3 local areas. And the background really is very much sort of based upon Julie Bruce and indeed Jane's work at NNPCF. Do you want to say more about that, Jane, in terms of why we decided to do this piece of work together?
Yeah, absolutely. And I need to put a disclaimer in. So all my notes were on the iPad, and my disabled son has messed with it. So unless you want Thomas the Tank Engine notes, which is absolutely class. So what you're getting is raw, and it's me and a few scribbles here. So yeah, we very much, across our region, we have 15 local areas, and what we were seeing were just what we were hearing from young people first through our families at a local level was, just a real frustration really, and a lack of understanding about when they got to, in terms of PfA and how that were moving on. And so we did bring that to, as a region, we identified it as a priority across the piece, and that there was some really good practice, but there were some definite areas where there wasn't as well, and a lot of differences. And so what we did was took that to SEND leads and also to Alice at NDTI, obviously as PfA absolute experts that we as families definitely pull on all the time on the website and those tools and resources. So that's where it came from. I think it's what I suppose what we really want to say more than anything is that this voice came from young people. It came from their lived experience and their family's lived experience, which is intrinsically linked in terms of emotional and relational and how that impacts on outcomes and lives. And as I'll talk a little bit later about how that works in terms of PCFs, but that's where it comes from. It comes from that voice across Yorkshire and Humber. But I do have to say, Alice, in conversations yesterday with some young people and parents, what someone raised, maybe we don't need minimum standards, maybe that's too practitioner focused and service focused, but maybe it's about minimum expectations from all of us and how, what a young person can expect across our region when we're looking at PfA.
Thanks, Jane. I mean, that's exactly how it's been, I suppose, just to repeat that this is in formulation, this piece of work, and the trial is Rotherham, where Jane is working closely with the Parent Care Forum and with Genuine Partnerships that we'll talk about in a minute, are one of the areas that are trialling it. And it will be adapted, it'll morph, I'm sure, because it's, as you say, very much a co-produced piece of work. I suppose one thing that's important to just sort of contextualise for the work is that really difficult role that some parent carer forums have in relation to, interestingly, going back to Suzanne's presentation, where you've got the lovely image of the holistic preparing for adulthood journey, if you like, that crosses across all areas of a young person's life, or should do. And then I love that slide that Suzanne used when talking about actually in local authorities how many different teams there are, and all the different and rather complex conversations that go on between different departments. And certainly I think parent carer forums very often are sort of launched into all number of really complex local authority systems and expected, if you like, to pick up the important part of what it is that parents and carers and young people are experiencing. So the focus here is on productive conversations, and the tool being something that really enables those representatives to feel that they own the conversation, that they're able to bring aspirations from young people, and indeed they have their own kind of information about preparing for adulthood quickly to hand that they can use to then help self-assess the work and have good conversations with the local area, so that those action plans are very much co-produced. We've talked already about the pathways to adulthood in the Preparing for Adulthood Chapter 8 SEND Code of Practice. It's worth just reflecting that this graphic, which we used often, but these pathways were co-produced through consultation with, I think, over 400 families, some of whom have, many of whom have young people or had young people with very complex needs. And it was really as a result of that work that these pathways were established, which I suspect most people on the call are very familiar with. But we wanted to use those at the heart of this tool, obviously, to help guide people through the conversations and the work they were doing to plot, if you like, how their local area is doing in relation to the pathways. But firstly, also co-production. And Jane's going to say a little bit more about that. Jane.
Yes, in terms of PCF, so I'm presuming that everyone is aware of what we're about, but I suppose this is just an ask, really, because I know we've only got a limited time. We could go on forever about the work that people do, but it's an ask for you to signpost parents, particularly around this area. Quite often, parents, when we get to PfA, and there's very different legislation ahead, and there's a real lack of understanding that causes that leads to anxiety and leads to parents where they might have started to let go actually holding on tighter, and it's in that you know, in terms of our minimum expectations, I'm calling it now, sorry Alice, it's how do we create, because what we're hoping is that this tool will grow and it will come from the lived experience and the good practice that we're hearing across the nation, and what to bring all that together. And part of that for me is very much about empowering our young people and enabling our young people, but enabling our parents to let go as well. And for that to happen, realistically, there needs to be less cliff edges, because we are more than happy to let our children go a lot of the time, but what do we let them go to? So it is about how we use that Chapter 8 of the code in terms of this piece of work, in having those minimum expectations, but then how that moves on. And I just wanted to say as well that in terms of PCFs, you know, we are at the grassroots. We are living this daily with our young people. We're at the grassroots of lived experience and the so what. So in terms of Chapter 8 and the so what and the impact of outcomes, again, it's just to reinforce that ask to work alongside your parent carer forum, to invite them to be part of what we're doing, so that lived experience is central to what we're doing and makes life easier for everyone in terms of implementing Chapter 8.
Thanks, Jane. Do you want to just give a bit more about this kind of fundamental bit that so just to contextualise it again, yeah, in our work, we wanted to make sure that before even launching into the work on the PfA pathways, we were really focusing on co-production, and this is the tool from Genuine Partnerships that's used. Do you want to say a bit more about that?
Yeah, so Genuine Partnerships is made up of young people, local authorities, CCG reps and parent carers from the forum. And we've been around since 2009. We were a Brian Lamb innovative project. So I've been modelling this a long time, really, and working, promoting inclusion and working, modelling and locally. And we were invited then by regional and then national partners and colleagues to extend that. And so we have done. But fundamentally, what came from this is that what both practitioners, parents and young people, what everyone was saying were the 4 key principles are welcome and care, value and include, to communicate and work in partnership. And so over the last 12 years, we have created resources and tools to enable us to do that. So again, it's that part of the code that underpins working in partnership with families, but we recognise that quite often that's not easy for any one of the 3 elements. The children and people themselves, and as Barry and John were describing in that, and creating those resources. There are some resources and some real measures of, but kind of self-reflection rather than I'm not doing this. It's more about reflecting on our practice, and certainly for us in Rotherham, this has now become key in all that we do across our local areas. So it's embedded in our SEND strategy. Again, constantly reviewed and constantly asked. Young people and parents and practitioners are asked, how do we make this? Because it's about getting the best we can with what we've got. It's in all our HR, it's in the service specs introduced into that. So because we have the tools and resources for services to measure and to evidence how they might welcome and care, what that might look like. So again, there's the parents that can know and understand, and young people can understand what happens when they go to a GP surgery, or if they're accessing short breaks. What does that welcome and care look like? How will we relate to you? How will we work with you? And just as John and Barry said, it's that relationship and that relational element that is absolutely key to all this, because that's what creates trust. We do have massive, we've just been steps of action, and we do have, there are things in Rotherham that are not right, but what we have that is the absolute jewel in our crown, I think, is that all of us are committed to, and anybody coming into the area to work in our area is asked to be committed to working in this way with families and young people around SEND.
Thanks, Jane.
You've got 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just conscious of time. Rebecca, would you mind bringing up the tool while I just quickly flash the questions up? Because although we haven't got much time, what we'd like to do is leave you with a sense of what we're talking about, because what we're trying to do at the moment is just find out from colleagues on this call and in all local areas across the country, really, whether this resource is something that resonates with you and whether it's a tool that be useful in your local area. So I'm just going to ask Rebecca to help me show the minimum standards. Can everybody see that? Yeah, so if we scroll down, this is on our website. We'll put the link onto the chat, but the introduction is really what we've covered, myself and Jane, in terms of where it came from. But if we go down to the table, it won't be any surprise to you to see that there's a sort of audit tool, if you like, where you're scoring against key questions. And there is one area I just want to flag. If you go on down, that's the 4 cornerstones, which Jane has covered through, we've, if you like, adopted them into the document from Genuine Partnerships. And then I can't tell you how much time and discussion with parent carers and SEND leads in local areas in Yorks and Humber has gone into developing this carefully considered tool. And the questions in there are divided into the musts that are stated as musts in the SEND Code of Practice, and indeed the musts, if you like, that the group working on this felt should be musts. So as many of you know, there are some points in the SEND Code of Practice where it's actually not clear if it's a must or if it's something that would be a should. I'm sorry, I'm not explaining that very well, but if you go on down the document, you'll see that we cover a range of headings, and there are the 4 pathways, but in addition we cover information, and processes, just to enable the constructive conversations to take place between partners, looking at what's actually happening in your local area and checking against that using language that Parents Carer Forum representatives have agreed is accessible and useful to them. So I'm sorry to rush slightly, but we're really grateful for this chance to advertise the session, the tool, and I'm going to put in the chat a link to our event on the 22nd of March, when we'll have a lot more time, if you like, to carefully go through it and hear from Rotherham, Bradford and North Lincolnshire, who are all trialling it. Jane, thank you very much. Sorry to rush a bit at the end.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Alice and Jane. That's really, really helpful. And you're getting some positive comments in the chat, which I'm sure you'll pick up on. So thank you. My name's Carol Robinson. I'm also one of the Preparing for Adulthood team. And it's my pleasure to introduce to you now Dr. Julie Young, who is from Somerset. Julie and I have worked together on and off for over several years now. And Julie has worked tirelessly to develop a skills and careers and employment strategy for Somerset, and I'm sure she's going to tell you about all the developments that have been happening in the recent past. So over to you, Julie.
Thank you. And can you see that okay?
Yes, thank you.
I can't get it to go on slideshow, but I'm sure we can cope like this. And thanks, Carol, for your introduction. It's very kind. I feel a bit of a fraud because my role isn't in the inclusion or SEND team at all. I'm post-16 advisor for Somerset County Council, but I think there are some advantages of that because my work very much brings in all the other areas of work, in particular careers, education and guidance, work with other vulnerable groups, as well as work in supported employment arenas. So our ambition, I think, for Somerset is to make sure every young person is given that support, advice and guidance to make their best choices and have their best options throughout their education and into their adult life. And it's very much for us, I think, about working in partnership with our partners, who include our schools and our colleges, our county council colleagues in all the different teams there, but with all our partner agencies, volunteers and charity sectors, etc., across Somerset, because I really do believe that between us we have the solutions that we need if we can work together in partnership. So I'm just going to outline some of the work that we've been doing recently. So in terms of supported employment, we've been really brilliantly lucky to be able to get funding to have two amazing supported employment coordinators working with us. And they are very, very dedicated and driven and helping us to move the supported employment agenda along. I think we have been sort of slow in the past to be able to move this get employers engaged with us, but we really are making progress now. So we've got very first Avon and Somerset Police Constabulary supported traineeship starting in September, along with Hinkley Point C, our nuclear power station. They're going to restart their supported traineeship programme that stopped because of COVID. So we're going to have two brand new big programmes starting in September. And that's alongside our supported apprenticeships that we're working, very proud to work alongside MENCAP to provide those. So we've got 8 young people currently in the County Council on a supported apprenticeship programme. So it's very much for us, we're at the stage of recruiting employers to see if we can get them going along on this journey with us. So yesterday we were talking with Langdon's, the logistics company, and Skanska about setting up a logistics supported traineeship. So these dialogues are going on all the time. And a big part of what our supported employment coordinators are doing are running our career panel meetings with every special school now. So we're beginning to track and support those young people that want a supported employment pathway into making sure that is a really comprehensive pathway so that we know what their aspirations are, and then we can start to plan and deliver the content and the curriculum around that to ensure that they reach those destinations eventually. And I've been working with an excellent partner in Sense, Julie Walker, to put in place the Bold and Brave shop initiative, which has started with a series of pop-up shops all across the county where our young people with special needs were able to produce goods for sale, high quality goods in pop-up shops, managing and working in the shops as well. And here's just an example of that. Those are examples of some of the goods that they have produced and sell. And that's ended up now with a permanent retail shop in Taunton that our young people can access, sell their goods and get that retail experience. So we're really proud of that. And as I said, my role is sort of wider than just sort of SEND work, but it really helps because we can bring other areas into our SEND work. So careers, education, information, advice and guidance is a really big part of the work we do. That involves careers fairs. So we've done careers fairs for about the last 6 years, but for the last 2 years, we've had to make those virtual due to COVID. But we worked really hard to have a Preparing for Adulthood stand within the careers fair. And we were really proud that actually the SEND stand was the most visited stand both years of the virtual careers fair. So I think that really shows that we're being really inclusive there and making sure that all our work is SEND inclusive. We have created a series of Talent Academy briefings, where we work with employers to highlight all the different careers and sectors in Somerset. So at the moment they're virtual insight briefings, so people can actually log on, see about and hear about those careers and those jobs and make sure that they realise that actually there are loads of opportunities for them in the area. We managed to get funding 5 years ago to set up a Somerset Education and Business Partnership, and that really has helped to broker introductions for us between employers and ourselves. So they do a lot of the groundwork for us in talking to employers about possible supported traineeship options, and they pass us on any of the leads that they get. So again, it's all that partnership working together to find these leads and to start developing the work. And we have really good support from our CEC colleagues. So we have a SEND focused enterprise coordinator, Emma Davis, who does an amazing job helping us to join up. And we've recently been successful in getting a CEC bid and funding to create a whole pack of Imagine the Possibilities SEND resources for our careers leaders, but also for students and families. And that's really going to focus on our post-16 and moving into college, what they need to know, and then moving into supported employment and what the essential how-to guides, video content, etc. So that will be released by the end of August. Here is just, I won't try and play them now, but here's a link to our Talent Academy programme. So if you're really interested, please go along and have a look at those insights. They're free and they include a quiz and a certificate that students can download at the end. So we'd be really happy for people to have a look at those. And before the pandemic, we used to take students out on employer visits, and we're really hoping to be able to do that again in the future. Another big part of our work, and again, this is where we have the overlap with our SEND young people. We do a lot of work for supporting NEET young people, especially those with SEND. So we've got a 3-year ESF funded project underway now. We're halfway through that. which includes bespoke support packages for young people who are either at high risk of NEET in year 11 or are NEET in year 12 and 13, especially those that drop out of college early. And we've managed to secure an additional £1.9 million of funding, and part of that is now to run a partnership college programme. So that's up to 4 days a week programme for young people, but we're actually wrapping around bespoke programmes for whatever that young person needs, and that includes driving lessons, therapeutic support, one-to-one mentoring, a whole package of activities, but no one person's programme is the same as the next. It's quite an expensive offer, but we're really looking to see the impact of that, because I think for us that's the way ahead. You know, we can't keep trying to fit people into activities or programs that aren't really the right fit. So we're really keen to see if how this pilot pans out, and we are really lucky to be having it evaluated by youth employability studies. And also, part of our work there with our NEETs is to have termly transition panels with all our mainstream schools and PRUs to track and support our most vulnerable year 11 students. So we know who they are, and we track about 1,000 young people a year. We know who they are, we get them extra support, we get them visits into colleges, we go in and we put in additional work and activities with those schools, and all in all, our transition panel students that we track and support, over 95% of those make a successful transition. So we know that works. We just need to do it for all the others now, I think, which is a bit of a problem. So our next steps are, we're really keen now to reintroduce live events. So this year we're planning on having a live careers fair if we can. And our talent academies, we're really keen to try and get out to take students to employers. We are doing our work experience placements with all year 10s, and they are beginning to happen, although it's quite difficult still in some areas, but we really see that as critically important for our young people to get out there. We're really working hard to get more SEND-friendly work experience placements, and we've got a funding bid in at the moment to create an area on our work experience database where we can highlight SEND-friendly employers and make sure that we do health and safety checks, etc., that are compliant, etc. So that's our next sort of big target that we're doing in that respect. We are really busy trying to get all our prototypes ready for our Imagine the Possibilities SEND resources by the 31st of March. And like I said earlier, we're going to be publishing those by the end of August. Supported traineeship opportunities is a really big focus for us. So we are continuing our conversations with Avery Housing Association, Butlins, who have a big base in Minehead, but also with logistics companies and construction companies as well. So we're trying to get an offer in Somerset that will cover all the different sectors that we know our young people aspire to. So that's really ongoing work there. And alongside that, increasing the number of our supported apprenticeships that are being delivered within Somerset County Council. We know we've got to walk the walk there. And finally, we're developing our Made in Somerset alumni network of employers and students, ex-students that went to school in Somerset and now working in Somerset and beyond, and showcasing those as and we're looking at that as a real tool to aspire and inspire our young people moving forward. So all in all, it's a sort of a whole integrated partnership approach that includes work with SEND young people, and it puts them right at the centre, along with our other vulnerable groups, to make sure that we increase the number of opportunities, support and placements for them. I've put some links in here. So when you get the notes, please do visit some of those. That will give you more information about the types of things we do. And here are my contact details, so please do feel free to contact me if you have any questions, etc. Thank you, Carol.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to hear what you've got to say, Julie. There's so much going on all of the time. And, you know, I can remember the very beginnings of your work on the careers strategy, and it's just been fantastic to see the development. So thank you very much. And I'm sure people will be in touch with you. Hi, Steve. Hi.
Hey, Carol.
Good to have you with us. Good to have you with us. OK, well, we are now due to start back. So, Steve, are you showing your own slides? I will introduce you, just want to get the technical issues sorted. Yeah?
I believe I am, yes.
Fantastic, thank you. Okay, well, I'm glad to say that Steve Mills, who's the Director of IT at DPD, has joined us today. He's dipped out of his board meeting, and he's going to be telling you about all the exciting developments that are happening at DPD in the way of apprenticeships and supported employment opportunities. So, and also I just want to say thank you to Steve for having recently been a sounding board for the Let's Be Clear document that we've recently produced, and I will put a link in the chat to that shortly. And that's about employment, when you're talking to employers about being clear about the language you use, and Steve has some really helpful comments to make about that. So thank you. Over to you, Steve.
Thank you, Carol. I think you've just bought me enough time there. So I'll get on with it, shall I? And I've got a few slides to share with you all. So there's sort of two sides to this brief presentation. The first one, the first bit, let me share you, and you can see what I'm on about there. So, and thank you again for including me. I'm very happy to be here and share DPD's experiences and some of the exciting things we're working on. Can you see my slide? Is that okay?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So I'm principally going to talk about something that we call DPD Inspire. I think a number of you will have heard about that. If you haven't, very simply, it's about supported employment opportunities for those with special educational needs, and you can see a couple of characters on the other than me on the screen there. A nice lad called Callum who works in IT, and he's got a permanent job with us in the IT department. He started off with an internship program, and a lovely story there, Ethan, who's a wonderful chap. He works in our transport department, and he recently won Personality of the Year at DPD in the transport department. So he's been recognised for the outstanding work that he has done for us as a business, with the special skills and talents that he has. You'll hear me talk about that more probably as I go through this presentation, as opposed to talking about disabilities. These guys have all got great skills and talents that we were missing and have taken into the workplace. I'm going to start with something a little bit slightly different, really, other than supported employment, because one of the things I've set DPD a challenge and myself a challenge is to be more community minded. And we ran two competitions at the back end of last year with the Black Country Consortium, with the help from that wonderful group in the area of the West Midlands where DPD is located, a place called Albury. It includes like Wolverhampton and Dudley, some of the major towns, but it's the area known as the Black Country. And we invited all the special educational needs schools and colleges to join in a competition and to produce a Christmas card for DPD. Which they all duly did, and you can see there the winning entrants from the Old Park School, and you can see the team down the bottom that helped contribute to the card. And there's some of my team up there. Sophie's up there, Sophie Robbins. I don't think she's on the call today. She got
she sent her apologies. Unfortunately, she is on the agenda, but unfortunately she couldn't be with us. So.
Yeah, I think she's had COVID, plus I think she got another commitment. But you can see we gave the Old Park School there £1,000 as well for their. For producing a wonderful Christmas card, which we framed as well for them in DPD. So a little bit of community work there, which moved on to something called the Sustainability Project. And again, we set the same schools and colleges a challenge around sustainability and said, can you come up with some great sustainability ideas and tell us what they are, and we're looking to see how many of these we can now apply. So the Castle, these are the 3 winners, by the way. This is the Castle School who told us about what we should do to create and improve a sustainable DPD depot. The Meadows School produced a sustainable DPD uniform. You can see some of the sketches and artwork and design that they put together for us. And finally, Wolverhampton College created what they call the wildlife corridor, and I think we're going to, in a way, whilst we do quite a lot in these 3 respective areas, there are some new ideas for us there which we're going to adopt as a result of that competition. So again, focusing on our community work and not just giving internships and employment opportunities, whether that's through apprenticeships, internships, or even just coming straight into work. We're conscious that that we need to provide a broader role in terms of what we do and how we engage in the community. And all those schools, the respective winners, the Wolverhampton School, we gave them a little bit of money to help them on their way and to recognise the great work that the school do. And they can put something, that little donation towards something appropriate that will help them on their journey as well. But I just thought it was a nice little way of starting this presentation with some stuff that we've been doing. And there you can see the Castle School, the Meadows School and Wolverhampton. So moving on to the second half, this is an extremely busy slide, so you'll have to excuse me. One of the things that we do at DPD is that each functional area, like in IT, I have a top 10 things that we're going to be doing this year. We have a top 10. As you can see there, you're probably just reading through some of those, hopefully, as I'm speaking. I'm only going to talk to you briefly about four of them, really. The first 2 are all around DPD Inspire and what more exciting opportunities we're creating for supported internship programs, not just in our central functions where it started, principally working with Dudley College. We're expanding that now to other colleges and charities. But also into our network. As you know, we've got an extensive network of depots all the way from Aberdeen down to Truro in Cornwall and Maidstone down in Kent, and we're about to start an exciting programme of work on that as well. I'll talk a little bit about number 4, about part of the goal that DPD and the vision it set itself was not only to create and embrace people with skills and talents that we don't have, aka disabilities, in DPD, but also to help other people on their journey as well. If we could do our bit to encourage others, then that's something we're just starting on. Funny enough, I've been contacted by 2 companies on LinkedIn when I'm fairly active on this sort of stuff, to talk to me about what we did and why we did it, and the benefits that's brought. So I'm expecting to go and talk to their boards about our journey and perhaps how we can help them start their journey. And the last one, which also touches on the same point number 10 there, is talking about an employees event, and I'll tell you about that in a moment. So the first one is our top 10 for it's Dudley College, and we're going to also embrace DFM Project Search. There are a couple of other charities like Discover You that we're closely connected with that will also assess some young people to join our internship program. We're looking to take on as many as 10 from those various organisations. And if I just tell you about Jared, I met him on Tuesday. I was at that event where we presented the sustainability competition and the checks, which I was very honoured to do. And I met him the other day, and we've got a lot of well, we haven't got so many green areas in DPD. We've got a lot of concrete, actually, but we've got a small gardening team, and Jared's going to join us in that gardening team, and we're going to give him some areas, even some areas of concrete. He was telling me he can grow stuff on concrete if he's given the right stuff, where we can create like an allotment and sort of start creating flowers. He can sell them to the staff, and we can expand that sort of bit on the sustainability side, a little bit that touches on that side for us as a company, which is very important to us. And Jared will be joining us soon, as well as 3 other college students from Dudley College. And in September, we've hooked up with DFM Project Search. I think they're a wonderful company, and I think any employer that is looking to start on this journey, you'd do as well to talk to DFM Project Search about that. But notwithstanding that, we're going to start our own, which is like DPD Inspire, but the DFM Project Search team, the CEO is Claire Cookson. They give you all the things that you need to start on a journey, as we did when we did it on our own all those years ago. And that means we're taking on another 8 people, principally through the Westminster School, which is only a stone's throw away from where we are based in Dudley. So that's how we're just taking things forward this year. But equally, that's a little bit about Project Search, which I've already told you about, but I can share the slides afterwards. The other one is really what we've said to the guys in all our depots. We've got lots of opportunities, work opportunities there, and we're going to start in a Southeast pilot. And these are some of the companies that we're going to be working with. We're going down to a reverse job fair with the Oak Specialist College down in Tonbridge next Tuesday, where again I'll be presenting at that, and I think there's some other employers there. The education people, again, I think are a fabulous company, and again DFM Project Search. This time DFM Project Search will probably just, the other companies where they're running their program, they don't guarantee them employment at the end of it. Whilst they might have done a 12-month internship, those particular employers might just not have a vacancy. So we said we would look at the people that completed their internship and see if we've got suitable vacancies within DPD. So it's really part of that, how companies are working together to give people opportunities, ultimately of full-time paid employment. So we're off and running and starting that next week, and we hope to, in a number of depots that we've got in the southeast, create new opportunities. There's a wonderful story in our Cardiff depot when I was speaking to them the other week. And they said, "Oh, Steve, we don't want you to think that we don't employ people with disabilities. We've got this lad, and he's got something called Asperger's." And I said, "Tell me about the skills he's got, not the condition he's got." And they said he's got this wonderful job where he stands up on the top of the sortation equipment and he makes sure all the parcels are presented in the right way. And he's obsessed with it. And I said, "Yeah, that's a special skill he's got. He's obsessed with getting that job right. You won't find a better person to do the job." And the operations director on the call said, "Can we recruit more of those people with those special skills?" And I said, "Of course you can, and we can help find them for you." And he said, "That's wonderful. So now we know what skill we need for that particular role in DPD, and we're going to start that program in the southeast." So it's just a nice little story to share with you. One of the things that we've produced, and I can send you all a copy of this as some information, some useful information, is about our journey on unsupported internships, really, and our DPD Inspire program. And really it's aimed at employers, so you can share it with any of your employers. And my offer to you, to any of you on the call today, is if you want me to go and talk to any employer about our journey and what we're doing, and help them, reassure them that it's not actually as difficult as they think it might be. And if you can connect with some good companies, and also just have, you know, the local colleges will have job coaches to help you through this, as we did when we started with Dudley. So we've produced this wonderful little guide. Well, I think it's wonderful because we produced it. Hopefully you do too as well. But if you want, I can send you copies. I can send it electronically or hard copy, and you can share that with any employers that may be interested, you think might be interested in helping you start people on a journey into full-time employment. And finally,
may I just interrupt you just to say anything that you want, that people are bound to want it. So if you can send everything across to Rebecca and we'll distribute it, that would be great.
I will do. Thanks, Carol. And just last really, one of the things that I've persuaded our CEO and Director of People and Talent, or HR as some of you might know it, is I'm planning on running an employee event at DPD in Albury. And it's really aimed at local employers, maybe some of our customers, and I'm hoping through contacts with the local MPs and the local authorities of the councils and people like the Black Country Consortium, I'm going to have a big sort of like, come to DPD and we'll tell you all about it, and explain to everybody what they do. One of the key things I want to do is for any employee that does come along, and we'll have ways of trying to persuade them to do that. We can't just do it on our own in DPD, hence the reason for trying to be a little bit broader in terms of my reach who can help us. I'm in touch with the local MPs already to try and help facilitate that. I'm going to try and to get them make a pledge before they leave. They don't know that yet, so that's going to be one of my surprises at the end of when I present. So hopefully we'll get hundreds of employers along. Even if I get 10, 10's better than none, but hopefully I'll get hundreds of people who will be interested in coming to DPD, hear about our journey, our diversity inclusion strategy, hear about our journey on supported employment. And I'm hoping to get them to make a pledge to go and talk to one of the colleges in the Black Country, build a relationship and start their journey for supported employment. And that very, very quickly, I mean, rattle through 16 slides, hopefully on time, tells you some exciting things that we're doing in DPD this year.
Thank you so much, Steve. There's always a load going on, and I know you're so pivotal to it, and Sophie as well. And it's a shame Sophie couldn't be with us today, but we do really appreciate you having come and, you know, dipped out of your meeting for that. And there is so much interest. If you look in the chat, people are saying they'd love to clone you, etc. But thank you very much for working with other employers as well, because it really makes such a difference. So thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I'm going to have to
leave us now. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. You know, as I say, we got some emergency board meeting which ran longer than I thought it was. So I've nipped off to. I didn't want to let you down, and I'm very passionate about it, as you can tell. So hopefully you have a wonderful day. I'm sorry I won't be able to hear everybody else that's presenting today, but maybe next time, Carol. And I'll have a look at the chats before I go. But thank you again.
Thank you very much. Okay. Bye-bye. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
So now we're over to Maria.
Hi. Oh,
Hi,
you've got the slides, haven't you? Brilliant. Okie doke. So yeah, I'm going to do independent skills and community inclusion. And one of the gaffers was supposed to come to this and she couldn't make it. So she sent me and said, tell them about some of the projects that you're involved in. So that's what I'm going to do. I'll have my next slide now, Carol.
For stepping in. So thank you so much.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. So we've been investing in our universal services for quite some time, and I don't just mean financially. We've been building partnerships, working with a funding partner, offering training, support, challenge. So we've been really trying to drive up the quality and the inclusion around our universal services so that our young people can just access the same provision that the brothers, the sisters, the peers access in the local community. So that was a big part of what we wanted to do. But one of the barriers, you can flick onto my next slide because I'll flip between them. One of the barriers that we found was young people actually getting there, and particularly that was so with the SEMH cohort. So we did some work around with the young people, speaking to the young people around the stuff that they wanted to do, speaking to the schools, the parents, involving our parent champions and parent forum. And one of the projects that we wanted to pilot with this particular group, off all the feedback that we got, was the bike project, where well, originally the idea was they got a kit, a bike that they then learned to put together, and they had 6 sessions, and each session they did the mechanics, understanding the brakes, put it together. So by week 6 they put together their own bike. We got a good price on the bike, and that was really a good offer. And then the young people would on the 7th week go for a bit like a cycling proficiency test, just to get them really familiar with the roads and things. And then they would join a regular group of cycling, and this is this was an evening ride to the Christmas markets that some of the young people went on. And then they do others. There's another, the next slide will show you the trip out to the peaks, and the feedback from the young people it's just been unbelievable. They've absolutely loved it, and it's helped them to forge good relationships themselves amongst each other and friendships. That's been a key part of what we've tried to nurture through the project, because that was also one of the barriers about them feeling isolated. So it was about building relationships, building that common interest, and once they're familiar and they're pretty savvy on the bike and they can get about, that was also their access to some of the universal services, because actually getting there was a barrier. So it was really a case of being aspirational and getting the young people to get out and about. And that project's continuing. And the only thing is, post-Brexit, we found that the cost of the bikes were eye-watering. So we couldn't continue with that element. So we've just tweaked it so that it's more of a bring your old bike, and it's a maintain and repair project. But that's really going down well, really big appetite for that. So it's more resourceful, making use of the old bikes in the backyard that are better used. So that's been one of the ways to get young people to some of those local services. And then the other, for those people that might think, oh, don't want to get on a bike, but they do want to get into the local community and go and see Manchester, go and see places, get to the cinema, go to the leisure centre. So we did another project. You can flick onto the next slide, Carol, sorry. So it was our A to Z travel training programme. And again, this came off feedback from our change makers, which is our young people's voice, our parent champions and our parent forum were also involved. But they flagged up that one of the barriers to this might be parents themselves might think, oh, it's all right, the young people might be all over this, but some parents have, reservations, understandably. So one of the things we did was we had workshops with parents, and our travel trainer guru went on the parent champion Facebook page, which is about 700, 800 parents now, and did like a live interview session where parents asked questions. And our travel training guru also came to one of our drop-ins so he could speak face to face with parents who were kind of thinking about the idea. So he could really reassure them, tell them about different apps that can help, that can, you'll be able to see a young person, tell them about the project. And the project was brilliant and our first case study showed one young person who wanted to go to his local youth club across town. It meant getting on a bus and trekking there. And normally he would have had the support of like personal assistant support to do that. And this meant that he had 8 sessions with the travel trainer over 4 weeks. And after those 4 weeks, with the support that he'd had, he was able to travel independently from his home to the youth centre. And he had different resources and things to help him. There were apps again, like I said, there was a nice like comic life like app that he used, which gave him a lovely kind of cartoon of his journey of him getting on the bus, look out for the graffiti wall, get on the 192, this is the bit before you stop. So it was a lovely illustrated, highly visual tool that supported him. And so within 4 weeks, he's going independently to that youth club. So we thought, oh, this is, brilliant, and this is exactly what we wanted. So we've continued to pilot it. It's just at the end of the pilot now, and we're doing a video to evaluate, because it has just been such a hit with families and those families that were initially saying, I was hiding in the bushes watching, making sure he was okay, but it's great. And the whole idea that they're so independent, and the places that they're going to is really lovely. So meditation sessions, tai chi, things that we didn't even think of. We just thought, we'll just get to the local youth club. And so the ambition and the whole idea is it's been yeah, I'll send over the information. I've seen this popping up on my doodles of the apps, and we're pulling together a resource on our local offer as part of this project, so that people can we can share that, and there's the tools there for families to do it themselves. So they might not necessarily want to use our travel trainer. They might think, I could quite easily do that with some of these tools and apps. So that's one of the things. You can flick onto my next slide, I think. So we've got, like we're saying about the investment in our universal services, but some of the other projects that we sit just outside of that to enable access to those universal services. And then one of the other things that we're doing, and this purely came off the back of COVID and the fact that we didn't have any providers. We kept getting phone calls from our usual traditional short break providers to say, that play scheme we said we normally do in the summer, count us out. We haven't got the staff, we're exhausted, so the schools were pulling out. And so we were really struggling with providers to deliver our summer offer, particularly play scheme provision. We just, in the middle of COVID. So we weren't sure what to do, but we were very worried about the families. We got the families together, the parent champions, the parent carer forum, and we were just dead honest with them and said, we've got the brass, there's no problem there, but we haven't got the providers, and they're all, pulling out on us. What do you want us to do? And the families absolutely carried us through. They gave us loads of ideas, a lot of it was outdoor stuff. One of the things that was different to how we'd normally had play schemes and provision is that the whole family was able to go. So the whole family would go. They did lovely things like the treetops. I don't know if you're familiar with it, like lovely outdoor stuff, nets. There was the boats at our Heaton Park. There was outdoor storytelling. There was yoga in the park, theatre, storytelling. Then there was lovely garden projects, all kinds of, the sort of stuff, garden projects that linked them into community gardens. So even if they didn't have a garden, they could access provision. There was loads of stuff and loads of great ideas. And what that meant was, what we'd learned was, when we say send community offer, that being the operative word, it is a community of send families that access these universal provisions. And often that is then the confidence that they have to access them independently. And another case study just springs to mind was when they had swimming sessions at the local baths, but it was a dedicated hour for send families. The send families went, and one dad who had stopped taking his son swimming completely and just said, I had such a, some terrible experiences. I couldn't bear the way people looked at me. I was really stressed out. I said, but when I knew the champions were having this session and it was just going to be send families, I went along. I'd not been swimming for years. I couldn't believe how much my son loved it. He said he couldn't believe, he just absolutely loved the water. And he said, and being in that session gave him the confidence then to say, I'm going to go here myself alone. And he went back and had a really good experience. And he's now been to every leisure centre in Manchester off the back of that initial support and confidence that he gained through that send community session with other families. So the whole design of the community offer, we've continued that now, and in all the 10, nearly 20 years, we've never had feedback like it in terms of how it's really made a difference. We've just been bowled over, can't get over quite how lovely it is and how well received it is. So it's purely co-produced. And then what we've got is, I've just captured, I'm just trying to make sure I've got time to show you the video. It's about 5 minutes long. Shout at me, Carol, if I'm out of time. But the video was, our parent forum and parent champions and our young people had the training, videography training, so that they've taken all the footage in it completely. We gave the provider that we asked to put the video together, which works with children and young people, or neurodivergent young children and young people, who put together the children's strategic objectives, which slices up the footage against each of those objectives, but it was entirely produced by the families and the young people themselves. So I've got enough time to show that. Oh, I think you're on mute, Karen.
You've got 3 minutes.
Oh, right. So you might want to cut into about halfway through the video, if that's okay. If you can.
Let me play 1 second. To about there?
Yeah, perfect.
Think you'd come again next year if we did it again?
Yeah.
Brilliant. So I was thinking, can you get round this net in like 2 minutes if you run fast?
Yeah.
Can you do that?
Yeah.
Shall I time you doing it so you can get all the way around and back here within 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Go on then, see if you can do it. But don't hurt yourselves though. And the girls are running. I'm going to see how fast you can get round. Wow, you are so fast. You're like super fast. Well done. Well done.
How was that, Faye?
Good, thank you. I'm trying to find.
We're going to crash, we're going to crash. Hiya.
Oh, we've had a wonderful time. That was such a great experience. Jensen loves being out in nature and hearing the sounds of the trees and the birds.
Would you come again?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Brilliant.
It was
Thank
lovely.
you.
Thank you so much. Well done, you're cooking on an open fire.
Yeah. So what have you been up to today, Faith?
Well,
You can...
so today, I am in the Dale Water Sports Centre outdoor event this afternoon. The best bit I enjoyed was to do some physical activity, and I learned how to have some independence, and I've learned that to be appreciated that we've all came here for summer holidays. Not every family or every other group of a social group can come here and have the energy or time or money or anything reason or the other to come here. So I'm really grateful for coming here.
I'll share the link to this as well so people can watch the whole thing.
Oh, lovely. That was, yeah, pretty much it. So yes, thank you. That's me done. Am I on schedule?
Thank you. Yes, you are. Thank you so much, Maria, and what a brilliant stand-in you have been. So, and what a lovely film, just such a lovely film. So thank you. And
you're welcome.
Kind of capturing lots of things around independence. So yeah, thank you. Yeah. So we're now going to be hearing from Natalie Showell, who's the head teacher at Low Hill Nursery School. And I think Emma is with you, is that right? Yes, Emma is with you. Emma Harris, who's the Senko at Low Hill Nursery School as well. They're based in Wolverhampton. And we had the pleasure of hearing from them back in July last year, I think it was. And they're going to talk to you about community inclusion from early years. And they're truly inspiring. So I'm going to hand over to them now.
So we're here today and we're going to be talking about inclusion in the community. So thank you. Next slide. Sorry, can you move to the next slide? Thank you. Introduction. I'm Natalie Showell. I'm the head teacher at Low Hill Nursery School. I've been a qualified teacher since 2006. Taught in lots of different primary schools, but nursery and reception, and I've got a passion for early years and early years education.
And I'm Emma Harris, the Senko at Low Hill Nursery School, qualified teacher since 2009, always in the EYFS as well throughout my career, and I've been a Senko since 2015, also qualified as a play therapist and very passionate about inclusion for all.
Thank you. Next slide. So just a little bit about the context of our nursery school. As Carol said, we are based in Wolverhampton in the West Midlands. We're an outstanding nursery school. We're quite a large setting with over 200 children and families. We're made up of children who are 2, 3, 4 and 5 years old. And we're really proud of our special educational needs inclusive provision. So we have a resource base, which I don't know if you want to just briefly explain about.
Yeah, so the children who attend, they have an EHCP, or they're in the process of getting one of those, and they've been given a place by the inclusion team at Wolverhampton, and they are they get an inclusive opportunities and provision within our nursery.
Yeah, and we also have lots and lots and lots of different children throughout our school who have got a whole range of needs, but they're really welcome in our school, and for us that's something that's really important, that everybody is welcome. We also offer 30 hours provision. We are within one of the top 10 areas of deprivation according to the IDECI, and we do experience lots of issues as well through looking at the triangle of vulnerability, including domestic violence, mental health and lots of substance misuse. Next slide please. So what do we offer at Low Hill Nursery School? So we are an early years setting, but we believe that we're so much more than that. We offer a warm welcome. People often always comment to us about how welcome they feel, and that really is important. We're judgment free, so whatever you bring to the door, whether you're a member of staff, a parent or visitor, you know, you won't be judged for whatever you bring to the table. We've got staff who are passionate and care not just about the child but the whole family. So when we're thinking about inclusion in the community, thinking about the family as a whole is really important to us. And I think we've reflected and thought about, you know, the pandemic, and for us this has been something that's kind of supported us through the pandemic, really, our relationships with families and the wider community. Pastoral role, which has expanded throughout the pandemic. I don't know if you just want to talk about the external agencies a little bit, Emma.
Yeah, so obviously inclusion in the community is about working with other agencies and getting them to come into school and advise and give us direction, really. But we've got really strong links with external agencies and also people within the community as well that are part of our school.
Another thing that's really, really important and links with community is about adult learning and lifelong learning. So there's lots of our staff who are engaged in different learning opportunities, and also that's myself and Emma. We're always looking to reflect and learn about new experiences. Something that we're going to talk about a little bit more in a few minutes is about our support for students from a range of providers, including students who have got additional needs. We've written in collaboration with educational psychologists a journey of discovery, a behavioural programme that supports families in the whole, so in the home, and supports families holistically to look at their child's behaviour. We also have a charity that works alongside our school and a food bank runs. So as you can see, that's where we support the community. But also our school, we do have a really big presence within the community. People know who we are, know who our children are. We're really keen, as well as the pandemic, we're moving into a different phase, that this continues, and you know, we've got lots of shops near to our nursery, so we love to engage and work alongside those. Next slide please. Next slide please.
Sorry, I have moved on. It might be the connection's a bit slow. Can everyone see?
We have moved on, sorry. So we just wanted to show pictures really about some of our children, so inclusion in practice. So some of the children in the photographs, they are children with our most complex needs, but I think when you're looking at the pictures, and this is something that's always commented on and something we're really proud of, we don't actually know which children are those children with the complex and additional needs, and it's something that we're really proud of and have worked really hard on, that the children are seen as part of our school community regardless of what their need is, and the children will all support one another, and it's something that, you know, we're really fiercely proud of. As you can see from the two little boys, the one with the wizard costume and the little boy with the black hair, they're using materials that were actually donated by the community. So whenever there's something going on near the school, we're like little meerkats peeping up. Oh look, there's a building site popped up. So we send the children over to see what we can salvage. So those materials and that the boys are constructing with, that is something that we found. So that's something that, you know, is important for us, using materials that are found or collected. Next slide please. Hopefully it'll move on quickly.
Yeah, got a bit of a.
Oh, there we go.
Yes, you've got the delay.
So again, more
Yeah,
yeah, I think we've got the delay, so sorry about that. Yeah, so just some more pictures of some girls working together. Again, these are some of our children who have been in our resource base, but just demonstrates that how relationships are built and how children work together. Next slide, please. Sorry about the delay.
It's moved on for us.
Okay. That's a pain, isn't it?
And while we wait, we might talk about how we go out into the community and the links we have with our local library and how we involve our parents in workshops and things. Oh, here we go. So yeah, I think we're just looking at more pictures of using resources found in the community. We might go out to the shops to purchase things and involve the children in that as well. And also, so, you know, depending on the time of year, we go out into our local community to bring things into school that we can explore and investigate.
So the pumpkins, they were from our local butchers shop, and we're really keen to support local businesses and for all children. Thank you. So we've moved on. That works perfect. So student placements, this is something that means quite a lot to both myself and Emma. We've been working with the City of Wolverhampton College for some time now. We met with a lady who was working with some high needs students, and she said, can you help me? No one will take these students. They're doing entry courses or pre-level 1 courses. They have got EHCPs. Some of them had quite complex medical needs, but nobody would take these learners to give them an opportunity. And for us, we found that devastating, that, you know, these learners, you know, these young adults had gone through education and they were now being failed because no one would welcome them. For us, we're realistic, but we say, what are the barriers? You know, what is the difficulty? But again, the message that everybody is welcome in our school extends to these students. And we try and ensure that it's a bespoke experience and opportunity to experience success. So for us, we look, what can the student do? How can the student support the children? And we do really look at what that student can do. So it might be, you know, can they get the snack ready? Can they load the dishwasher? Are they able to cut the toast and give that out to the groups? And you know, that's something that we're still developing, but something that
it's amazing to see in practice. I mean, some of these students are supporting other students who are on that pathway themselves, and I think there's that kind of shared understanding. So it's really lovely to involve those students from around the community as well, who also have been through that kind of pathway. And it's also recognising that some of our children will be adults in the future, and then, you know, opportunities for all, really.
The next slide, please. And I think really, just while we wait for the slide to move on, it's about how can we offer employment opportunities for people. So community links, just by some of our pictures. For us, we always value that parents are a child's first educator and role model. So we look for as many opportunities to involve parents, carers, and extended family. We have a play and stay session that supports families and early identification of needs, both in terms of safeguarding, but also children who have got additional needs, because for some parents the journey is very long for acceptance. But if we can start that journey sometimes with families by having those initial conversations in a non-threatening way, it all adds to that supportive approach for families. And I think we're very keen for families to understand workshops, training opportunities. Something else that is unique to our school is about our wellbeing focus, and that again, that extends.
The picture at the bottom is our families that have been on a wellbeing walk, and we do like to signpost these families who are asking and reaching out to us for other places that they can go together and obviously explore with their children, all children really, for other things that are available, because our nursery session is a morning usually, or an afternoon, and not so many of them get the full day experience. So other things that are on offer in the community.
Do you want to talk a little bit about the library and what we're hoping to
Yeah, so the library, we use that space and we do a lot of workshops there. We do a lot of sessions, stay and play happens there, but also when that is open to the wider community, there are some groups and things that other libraries offer, and these are usually led by parents. So some of our parents are volunteering to offer that to other parents and get that information out to a wider audience, really.
Yeah, so for us, really, it's thinking about for the community and by the community. How can we empower the community to succeed and want to change? I am quite forthright with some of our families, and we do have quite good relationships, and I have said in the past to some of our families, if you keep on doing the same things, you're going to be getting the same results. So just briefly, we ran some or are still running some adult education, so level 1 and level 2 in childcare. Previous to the pandemic, I think we had about 40 or 45 people complete these qualifications, and then we went on to employ.
Yeah, we've got people that do their placements here and then get employment here as well from those courses.
So yeah, so there's lots of our community links. Next slide, please.
You've got 1 minute, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that's my last slide. Yeah, this is just a quote for me, and it's really important, and it's something that I always think reflects on about our approach to inclusion. So, don't tell me the sky is the limit when there are footprints on the moon. So for me, we're always striving and looking and thinking, what can we achieve, and what does success look like for our families and communities. Thank you for the opportunity to talk today. It's always a privilege. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a privilege to hear what you've got to say, and also some of the new developments since you last presented to the West Midlands group. So thank you very much. Okay, Alice, I think it's over to you.
Thanks, Carol. Oh, hi, you're here. Hi, Ruth. I wasn't sure if you'd snuck in. Hello. So
yeah, I'm here.
Nice to see you. I'll just introduce us, and then would you like me to bring up your slides, Ruth, or are you going to do that?
Yeah, if that was okay.
Yeah, sure. So I'm Alice McCall. I've already spoken today, but as well as working on preparing for adulthood in Yorks and Humber, I've also had the privilege to work on a programme called Time to Talk Next Steps. And I'm thrilled to be able to introduce Ruth Haslam, who's going to speak a bit about some work that they have done to support us in that programme for young people with additional needs, in particular bringing young people's contribution to this whole arena, really, in terms of raising awareness of what young people feel is important in relation to inclusion and preparation for adulthood. Hope that's enough of an intro. Ruth. Ruth's joining us from her college and has literally left class, I think, early to come and join us. Are you in a good room there, or are you surrounded by people, Ruth?
Oh, I'm in a room next to my Senko's office at college.
Right. Well, I shall bring up the slides, and thanks ever so much. Just tell me when to move on, and just tell me when you can see them, Ruth.
Okay.
Bring them up now.
Hey, there we go. Hi, so my name is Ruth. Thank you for the introduction, Alice. It's very nice of you. These are my, so when I first joined Time to Talk, it was quite different to what I'm doing now. So I have had a lot of opportunities to progress, thankfully. And well, now I'll see if I can I take, yes, there we go. My family got in touch with Time to Talk at the time because I was out of school due to COVID, as most people were. I was really lonely. I didn't have many friends to talk to. I had been through some really difficult stuff and had recently come out of an inpatient stay, so was trying to look about becoming more independent. I had very limited self-esteem, and I was not meeting up with anyone, and I didn't know what to do. I felt stuck. When I first started the Time to Talk meetings, I would usually hide from the computer, so I didn't want my face to be seen. I'd get my parents to talk instead of me, because I really struggled with it. And I really struggled with engaging, and I was trying to find the next small steps to do that would help me become more independent. And one of them was I still didn't have a bank account at 18. Oh no, I was 17 at the time, wasn't I? But I was nearly 18 and I still didn't have a bank account, which was my mum and dad really wanted me to have one so that they could help me be more independent. And I think it was the right next step to do. But I was really scared of banks and which to choose, and so that was one of the things we talked about during meetings, was what bank accounts I'd want, and also how to meet other people, and it was really helpful, and it definitely gave an outside view and stopped me feeling so isolated. This photo is supposed to be me. It's not, because I don't like my photos. I got a job in probably one of the most horrific places in terms of sensory needs that I probably could have gotten. In terms of it was a job in a theme park as a retail assistant. What was more, which was terrifying. I managed to open a bank account for it, and not only that, it was really difficult because I had to prove my ID, and it took many attempts of resending in my passport and me trying to approve it, as I looked so different. It was really difficult, but I managed to do it, and it gave me independence to buy clothes, as it says, and also to do other stuff, which was really, really important for me. At the moment, I'm in a Time to Talk peer group, which has been really nice because I get to talk to other people online, and it's really nice connecting with others who are going through similar things, especially at the moment when a lot of people feel isolated. Still with COVID, I mean, the restrictions are coming down, but it's still quite difficult. I wanted to make a difference to others, and I'd voiced this and said that I want to become an expert by experience and talk about my my life experiences. And I can talk for the world. For anyone who knows me knows that I can ramble on about something for hours if I really want to. So I talked about that, and I got given opportunities to do that, thankfully. I was hoping that all these bad times I'd have a use for them, and that they would that I'd be able to benefit from them and be able to help others who were struggling like I was. So I did some talks about annual reviews, which I think was pretty appropriate because I really struggled with them for a long time. I still do sometimes, but it was a bit about how to make it easier and more accessible to the young people about how to attend annual reviews. Because I didn't attend mine for ages. And when I finally did attend, it was in a really bad room. It was in a room where you had to walk through the library, and I hadn't actually walked through the library due to the amount of people sat there. And I was not asked how I was doing. My views weren't important. It was very difficult. I didn't feel listened to. I didn't feel like a person, more of a process. It was exhausting and stressful, and I had to go home after and miss lessons. I tried hard to get there, and it was a lot of work because I'd missed a lot previously, so I was really proud of myself. But when I did get there, I felt like it was completely useless because I wasn't really listened to at all. They didn't see or hear me. They just were asking my parents how I was and stuff. So after doing these talks, I wrote down some top tips for them, which was then published on the NDTI website, I think. Yes, thank you for that nod of confirmation, Alice. Which was had a lovely drawing design from someone called John. Is that right?
Yeah, John's on the call actually.
Yeah, very good drawings. It was talking about how the small things can make a big difference, and how I don't expect you to change loads just to be able to get a better environment for me to be able to get there in time and be able to fully contribute my opinions. So it was about choosing rooms. For example, I was put in a really difficult room, but there are plenty of spare classrooms I could have used that would have meant I wouldn't have had to walk past tons of people, or was asking like what might be triggering for me to talk about, because at the time talking about the future was really difficult for me, as I'm sure some people will understand. It was asking how I want to take part is, I think, a quite important one, and making sure they know I can leave. Like, you need to be able to understand that you can fully leave when you want to. Feeling heard, yes. So it's so important that people understand that they feel heard, because otherwise, what's the point in you being there? Like, you're there to contribute what you feel like, and if you don't feel heard, then it can feel pointless and depressing. So what I would say is make sure that you've got the right understanding of what the young person would be saying, and reassure them about their views, making sure that they understand it's okay to share what they think. And yeah, please share what's been written about the meeting. It's really important that you get the right idea from it. I'd had previously shared my views to a therapist about how I was feeling, and she took the wrong thing from it. And I got the letter back, and I'd said something about struggling to empathise, and she'd taken it as Ruth cannot empathise and they don't feel empathy, which made me feel very sad, because they said in relation to my parents. It caused me to cry quite a bit, because I was very sad about thinking that they thought that I couldn't empathise with anyone. So, preparing for my annual reviews. So, when I prepared for my annual reviews in the past, and to be fair to this day, I prepare at home, and I would love to be able to prepare more prepare at school, because I think that would be helpful. I have a bad memory, and that's why I with names, and I can sometimes forget how well I'm doing, but also what I might struggle with. And so I think it's important to be able to prepare in school as well as at home. I'm a lot better now, but I used to have about a month of my mum drip feeding, preparing for annual reviews, because I found it so difficult to talk through it. And so I found that really helpful. How did I start? Yeah, to begin with, I didn't attend annual reviews. It was terrifying. I was very scared of it, and I couldn't manage it. I do think this is the wrong PowerPoint.
So Ruth, what was it that made it scary? You've said a little bit already.
It was scary because it was a new environment, and there were loads of people sitting around a table looking at me, and I didn't know what to do. I felt trapped in a way. And oh, my camera's gone. Oops. Oh, sorry.
I can see you again.
I felt trapped, and I felt like everyone was staring at me, which eye contact was a really stressful thing for me, especially when I was anxious anyway.
Yeah.
For 5 years, I didn't have any photos taken of me. For 3 years, I didn't go out the house. I mean, I went out, but once in a while. and it was really difficult. And I couldn't easily talk to anyone, but I can contribute my views, and my parents wrote exactly what I said. But I just want to thank NDTI for helping me through all of this and giving me a platform to voice my opinions and stuff. And thank you for everything.
You're very welcome. One thing that I want to make sure that we're able to cover, you've done a fantastic job, Ruth, because what you've done is you've highlighted some quite difficult stuff that I know has led, if you like, to you really moving forward with developing that resource. But not only that, yourself as somebody who's speaking and is available to speak at conferences and so on. So huge admiration. You've got a few more slides left, and you said it wasn't the right deck. Do you want Rebecca to just, or you flicking through? Who's flicking through the slides? And do you want to vote in on the tool?
Do you want me to go through the rest of the slides?
Yeah, if you can, but just bear in mind, pull out the ones that are the key ones, simply because of time.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we haven't got very long, but
yeah. One thing I did struggle with meetings was that everyone was offered a drink around the table except for me, and they talked to my parents and asked how I was doing instead of asking me, which is one of the things I talk about when I say I feel ignored. I had a parent-teacher evening, and the Senko told my mum, instead of even asking me, was saying, "Oh, you're doing really well in class. You could probably come in for some more lessons." However, I did not feel well enough to even manage with the current lessons I was in, let alone come in for more. Difficult to hear from her. She just wanted to clearly get me in for more. Listening is really important, and that definitely helps. Sorry. I definitely think you need to build confidence and trust and it's about building a relationship with the young person you work with, or you might have a meeting with, because it's scary talking to strangers about your problems and difficulties. Like, would you imagine going into a room full of people and just being like, yes, this is what I'm struggling with and this is what I'm doing well at? You wouldn't do that. We are all different, so don't assume that each meeting will run the same way, and set rules at the beginning of the session. So like, what is triggering and what is okay to talk about, and if it's okay to walk out. Oh, there we go. What makes a difference? For example, bringing fidget toys or having different accommodations. Like in one of my CETRs, I sat with my mum's hands in front of my face in the corner of the room, but I still joined in and I still managed to make a contribution. It was just different from what I guess a normal meeting might go as. I would love some donuts. Obviously, this might not be able to be provided, so maybe ask what drinks I might like. For example, I like normal Tesco's own brand Ribena. That's like £1 just for that. So you can provide that. Well, I'd hope you could provide that. But preparing at school would be a big help for me as well, not just at home. And, just make me feel welcome. What is the point of this meeting? What has worked well? Why are we having the meeting about Senko and everything? It's kind of confusing. A lot of my review meetings were, I was very confused about what I was supposed to get out of this and how it would change anything, because a lot of the time it didn't feel like I had changed anything. And planning for the future was so scary. So focusing ahead for me caused me to panic, but they were so set on me looking to the future that it was really difficult for me. And this picture, I guess, is to represent that although it looks rocky and difficult. There is a path, and that it's exhausting and challenging, but you know, I am managing to access my college, I am managing to access my school, and that with the right help, I believe that most people can.
Wow, thanks, Ruth.
Wow,
That's
thanks.
absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry for the confusion.
That's okay. You're getting tons of applause, Ruth. I hope you can see them there.
I can see Julie applauding.
Well, let me tell you, the screen is full of applause, and for good reason. And I've put a link to the resource that you've been talking about in the chat. And are you able to stay for the next slot? Because I think you'll find it really interesting. It's the sensory needs slot that you missed at the peer support group.
I'd love to listen.
Okay, yeah, please do. I think the point you made, there's two key points that lead really nicely into the next presentation, which I'm also helping to facilitate with my colleague, Thomas. Hi, Thomas, do you want to give a wave? I think that's you, Thomas. Can you see me? Oh, can you hear me, Thomas?
I have a feeling it's...
Hi, Thomas. Are you on a train, Thomas? Okay, I have a feeling Thomas is on the move.
He did wave, Alice.
Oh yeah, okay. So I'm just going to, if I may, take you into another presentation which myself and Thomas have prepared for today, which links very well. And I think in particular links in terms of asking young people to talk about the future is something that's our agenda and should very much be theirs, but actually can be incredibly daunting. And I think a lot of people on the call will know what I mean by that. And so these person-centered tools that we've referred to on the call so many times, where we're talking about what matters and first and foremost, who are you, are really essential. And certainly in Time to Talk Next Steps, the programme that Ruth was referring to at NDTI, we've been able to kind of combine resources to build somebody's confidence and emotional resilience with talking about the future, and those tools on the Preparing for Adulthood website that we've referred to quite a lot today. So I'm Alice, as you've already gathered, but Thomas is with me, and I know, Thomas, you're on the way to London, aren't you? Are you going to be able to speak, do you think, or is it quite noisy where you are, Thomas?
Well, this is what it will be like. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's good, actually. Yeah. Thank you. So Thomas works with me at NDTI. He also facilitates the peer support group, which Ruth mentioned. And I've just included a couple of quick slides about Time to Talk Next Steps, because it's a 3-year funded programme by the lottery at NDTI, where we're doing exactly that. We're providing support for young people directly aged 16 to 25. All of them have additional needs. They do not need to have an EHC plan or prove any diagnosis, but they request support to us directly as a small team of supporters. And then there's a number of different ways that we end up working together, if you like. And in some cases, that's through one-to-one online support sessions, but also very much as part of our work to enable young people and bring those tools, if you like, on preparing for future life and adulthood. We encourage young people to meet each other, to develop training and to perhaps become peer supporters themselves, and to connect with organisations in their area that will be of use to them. So it's a national project across England, and actually has been incredibly successful and needed, as you can imagine, through this time, not just in the pandemic, but post-pandemic. So this particular presentation, Ruth mentioned triggers earlier on, and it's true to say that many of the young people we've met are autistic young people who face huge challenges at school. And one of the important areas that we're able to do through NDTI is bring experts by experience to come and talk to the peer support group, the young people. And in this case, we had Chris Memmott, who is an autistic expert by experience, who often works with us. He did a fantastic talk on sensory needs, and he talked to young people about it. He did it at a conference for adults, and I invited him to come and meet the young people. And this particular resource is, if you like, the outcome of a discussion that we had with young people about Chris's work, which Thomas is going to speak about a bit more, and then very much what young people contributed. And it was one session that Ruth wasn't able to attend, so I'm ever so glad you're here, Ruth. Thomas, would you like to speak to this slide? Can you see it okay?
Yes, that's all good. So this is kind of what Chris laid out for us, which was this sort of traffic model of thinking about the impacts that sensory related things can have on an autistic brain, and the level of functioning, their anxiety, their mental health. And it's all about the idea that each of these inputs that we all have as human beings, like sound and sight and smell and taste, we all have, usually we would have for example, the same size roads for each individual sort of method of, receiving information. And one thing that Chris highlighted is that in autistic brains that we are perhaps more highly specialized in certain types of these channels. So one of which is being sensory information, and the traffic model kind of compares our difficulties with processing certain types of information with having very small country roads. So very easy clogged up, not a lot of cars can go through. On the other hand, we can have very big roads like motorways where we can have a lot of traffic going through. These roads get clogged up and filled with a lot of traffic, especially the small country roads. It causes a lot of difficulty in terms of processing, leading to kind of overloaded behaviours like fight, flight, or freeze, or a lot of those anxiety-related things. And it can affect other areas of life. So Chris gave us a prayer, which was a traffic-filled brain cannot process, cannot progress, cannot heal, or learn. So it sort of, made it clear that, a lot of the therapy and a lot of the aid that we receive needs to take into consideration the sensory needs that are surrounding it. So if you imagine, for example, you're going into counselling, there's a big boiler next to the room, there's a window open, and there's a playground outside, there's a food hall just down the road. It's got very bright fluorescent white lights. That's like the, that's a really high sensory stimuli sort of environments. So sort of recovery, in order to try and clear that traffic, we need to try and keep all of that sensory input to a minimum, specifically in the areas that we find particularly difficult. So for me, it would be lighting and noise. If I'm struggling and if things are really hard and if people want to get the best out of me, I need to be in an environment where it's quite quiet. It's not dark, and if there is lighting around, it needs to be quite soft and it's quite warm. So all of this is taken into consideration. Sort of the stress that it can cause and the dysfunction in the ability to do things.
Thanks, Thomas. and what we were able to do in terms of facilitating a discussion with young people was to think about the different sources of traffic that resonated for them, having listened to Chris, and thanks ever so much, Thomas, because that gave us a really good kind of overview of the traffic analogy, which I think is really useful, and young people certainly identified with. And Ruth, this connects with what you were saying about, you know, making meetings not just accessible, but actually individualized and tailored to a young person's needs and avoiding triggers. So we talked about auditory and the resource that we're about to sort of finish, if you like, has got these listed in it. But we talked about, you know, noises, and Thomas has mentioned a few of those, tapping, clicking, pipes, all sorts of really, for me, very interesting observations by young people that I would never have thought of. And this is where Chris's expertise and indeed his work along with other people to assess environments in terms of sensory issues is really a useful area, because so many of us are sort of, if you like, sometimes losing sight of just how complicated different environments can be for the people we're trying to support. So visual issues, we talked a lot about lighting, and you know, LED lighting, looking, you know, it can actually be very crippling for some people, and Chris was very vocal about what's needed in terms of good. The best lighting is tungsten bulbs. There are actually recommendations in there, if you like, and this work does connect with a report that NDTI did called "It's Not Rocket Science," and I'll put a link for that in the chat. But that's a fantastic resource as well in terms of really thinking through these issues around sensory considerations, if you like. Olfaction, I love that word. It's not one that I'd typed before I did this document. I think it's really useful, though, to just plot out, you know, cleaning products, perfumes, smells. What is it somebody finds difficult? And if so, let's see what we can do to make sure that an important meeting, just going back to your point, Ruth, an annual review where suddenly you're being asked all about things is one that actually you can tolerate, and that is one that you can manage. Touch, and a very interesting discussion in the group about touching metal and touching, you know, railings and handles, and just how that can trigger things for some people. Wearing gloves, you know, different discussions that I was privileged to listen into, really, about how that can affect people's ability to concentrate for obvious reasons. So we also talked about the social and emotional impact, if you like, of that traffic, and that's as well just listed in a sort of 2 sides of A4 document, but very much the views from the young people in the group. And one of the big lessons for me was around cameras off and the difficulty about eye contact, and our expectation very often as professionals or parents wanting to make sure we get that eye contact and we get that face to face, but actually that can be very difficult for some young people, and needing to be mindful of that. And Ruth's spoken quite a lot about social, you know, clear roles and expectations. And then preventative strategies that we discussed towards the end of the meeting, which were, you know, very different, obviously, for different people, but nonetheless, we wanted to capture a few of those. Everyone's different, there are no rules, but let's see how we can support somebody to avoid, and the language used was meltdowns, shutdowns, panic attacks. You know, these are really seriously difficult physical effects that can be felt by young people. So we just felt that this was a really useful practical tool that we wanted to bring today to sort of add to the PfA offer. So thank you for your time. And Thomas, do you want to add anything before we finish?
Just that I think, you know, we're doing a lot of work, and it seems to be that more and more people are taking on board this information. Like I did a presentation for the DWP recently, and that they were interested in sort of taking on board this kind of stuff, and sort of pointed them towards the It's Not Rocket Science report, and of course, yeah, Julia, with the Elder Hay projects are sort of getting together and sort of trying to make changes to a big children's hospital. You know, there's a lot of things that we can do, and there's a lot of things that we can do that are not very costly. You know, these are the kind of things that perhaps some person could do the most, but it's, you know, overall these are kind of the basics, and it's always important to think about the personal aspects.
Thank you so much for dialing in, Thomas. I know you're really busy.
It's
Your
okay.
day off. You are a complete
It's
star.
okay.
And thank you so much, Ruth, as well, for joining us from college. And that sort of completes, if you like, Carol, our presentations from young people today. Thank you.
Introduce our next speaker, and that's Marie McGaughy from Nottingham and Nottinghamshire CCG. And Marie's going to speak about how they're improving the uptake of annual health checks for children and young people with additional needs. So without further ado, I'll pass you over to Marie.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't know if you can see my slides or not.
They're just loading now.
Okay, so I work for Nottinghamshire Healthcare Trust. The slides have got the CCG on. That was from my colleague Adele, who's not able to be here today. Adele's our commissioning lead. So I wanted to talk to you about learning disability health checks. I'm a primary care liaison nurse. I work over in Nottinghamshire, and I manage a small team that cover Nottinghamshire and the city of Nottingham. And we support the GP practices. We're learning disability nurses, and we support the GP practices around delivering. They deliver the health checks, but we help them to make sure they invite the right children in for their health checks. The health checks are from 14 upwards. I know today is about 14 to 25-year-olds, and we're really keen to improve the uptake of this group of patients. So my team will support the practice, make sure we've got a robust register in place. So every practice has a learning disability register, and they should be checking that every year to make sure people that are turning 14 go onto that register and that they're invited in for their health check. I think it was about 6 or 7 years ago, could be longer now. It used to be available for people from the age of 18, but that was lowered to include 14-year-olds. So now from the age of 14, they should be invited in for their health check. And that can be with the GP, it can be with the nurse, it can be part GP and the nurse. Can I have the next slide? Thank you. So what we've been doing locally, as you can see, I've just shared with you some leaflets, and they're really brightly coloured leaflets that we had produced. It's just before the pandemic, I think. So we thought they would stand out in the GP surgery when people came in, they'd see them. So obviously yellow on black is always very good for people with visual impairment. So we just wanted something to encourage the younger people in for their health check. So it was shared with GPs, but also with schools locally, just to sort of encourage people to be aware that they are entitled to a health check. Now, the health check itself should be quite a robust health check. It should include not just the physical things like blood pressure, weight and things, but it should include a medication review. It should be an opportunity for the young person and their family to be able to talk to the health professional about just about everything, really, about the sleeping, the hearing, a well person check, about health promotion, so kind of covering everything, really, sort of a whole system approach to see how they're getting on. It's also an opportunity to families to talk about their concerns, or if they're on the carers register, for example, and just if there are any specific syndrome conditions they need to know more about, or any specific tests they need to have. So it's generally done, I would say you need about a good 40 to 50 minutes really to do it. I know it varies across the different practices how long they take to deliver the health check, and that's something that we're looking at, a quality of health checks. So for your 14-year-olds, what we really need to do is make sure that they're on the register first and foremost, and that they know about the health check. And what we were finding when we started to invite young people in is they weren't really aware of what the health check was about. They hadn't really seen it sort of advertised very much, and they weren't really sure about it because they're so used to being seen by the paediatrician for things. They were really reluctant to go into GP surgery. So we're working closely with our colleagues in the Nottinghamshire to try and encourage young people to come in to get used to seeing their GP and practice nurse. And it's more, for me, it's more about getting familiar with them. So if they are unwell and have to see a health professional, at least they've started to go in. Obviously, not everybody can go into the GP practice, and we also encourage, where it's possible for, home visits, or maybe into schools, or maybe into the day centre, places where people feel a bit more comfortable. So it will depend on the practice and what their availability is and how they can support people. But for us, it's been working well. The leaflets certainly have improved things, raising the awareness, and hopefully improving the number of people going for a health check. So we brought the leaflets out specifically for the younger people, and we've had it developed into the 5 languages that are displayed there. Those are the ones that we found most used in the city of Nottingham. We know there are lots of others, but this is a starting point for us. So we can share these tools if people other areas feel they'll be useful. So we're trying to promote that within our social care services, special schools, community centres, and just generally so people are more aware. Can I have the next slide, please? So we've done a little bit of work with our local community paediatricians, because the biggest thing really we've found, and you're probably aware of, is how people are coded on the GP registers. For example, for some people it's not clear if they have a learning disability or not, and it's making sure that they're on the register so that they can get their health check. So working with the paediatricians, if they can, when they write to the GP, can be clearer on the diagnosis, and actually that they need to be included on the, on the register and invited in for the health check. And that's, once it's really clear, we can then make sure that they're added on. Otherwise, it does take a little bit of time to go through records and be very, clear and support the practice to include people. We're trying to raise awareness from an earlier age. So trying to, when any opportunity where if families are coming to school, for example, if it's a coffee morning, we could, it could be shared around, that the annual health checks when they turn 14. So it's about sort of getting them prepared for that. So, as I mentioned about the letter to the GPs, we have a learning disability flag created in the hospital records. So if we're aware of them, they can be flagged, and then they can follow them through into adulthood. And what we were doing prior to the changes in the school nurses coming out of special schools locally, prior to that, I used to meet locally with our nurse from our area, and we would go through the young people that were about to turn 14, and then I would share that information with practice so that they weren't missed off their register. It's a little bit different now because they're no longer in that sort of role, but the QOF does pick up children from naught, actually. So the QOF register, which is a register that's held in the practice, will hold information from the age naught, and it's just a case of making sure that we filter out the younger ones for the health check as well. The next slide, please. So my colleague that came along to the training we delivered in a similar training recently, her name is Shelley Hancock. She wasn't able to be here today, but her role is in preparing for adulthood health lead. She works for community children and young people, and she asked if I could share this slide, sort of the work that she's been doing to raise awareness through preparation for adulthood and transition. So on the website that she's added to there, that's where she's put all the information for families locally, for Senko leads, recap, all the information that people will need to know about from transitions, and it includes the information around the annual health checks as well, so that services are aware of that and can share that information. She's also part of our annual health check steering group. We have an annual health check steering group locally in Nottinghamshire. Myself and Shelley are on that group. For example, this year we've had some money from the leader monies, from the Learning from Lives and Deaths monies, to support a nurse to help us with improving the uptake for the BME population. So we're hoping to see an improvement. She's working, actually helping to deliver some of those health checks and support GPs and support that translation and working locally. So we're considering possibly looking at something similar for in the future, maybe for encouraging the young people through as well, so something similar. I know another part of the country doing something with going into schools and doing the health check in schools, so that's another way of kind of looking at it, which would work really well, I think. But again, it's what you can do. And it sounds really brilliant, but of course we've had COVID that's come and hit us, and that has had an impact on the health checks generally over the last year or so, last 2 years. So some of our health checks aren't all being done face to face, as you can imagine. It has had an impact. Some patients are frightened of going into practice at the moment, still not quite ready to get back to normal again. So some of the health checks have been done in part virtually, and then when they're able to come into practice, they've been seen by the health professional. Not ideal, but it is still it's a way of making sure people are being seen, and hopefully that will support. Next slide, please. Okay, so the focus for 21 and 22 was to look at a population profile, trying to identify and breakdown of performance of age and providing a baseline, and looking at we have something called eHealth Scope, which is a profiling tool that can sort of identify, looking at registers, age and ethnicity and deprivation. A lot of that work has been done and supported by the Learning Disability Annual Health Check Steering Group. We have representation from parents and carers and service users on that group, as well as colleagues, GPs, transition nurses, paediatrician leads, PCN leads. So it's quite and commissioners as well. It's quite a good group to be able to move forward with things that we wanted to do locally. It's overseen by the improvement plan, and again, you know, this is where linking in with 14 to 25-year-olds is really important, and that's the area that we want to kind of look at. We think the health checks are so important. They come into everything that we do, and I remember visiting with a patient, with a GP, to a patient at home who, you know, doctor was, you know, couldn't get very close to this individual on this occasion. It was just the first time they'd met them, but it was about seeing how they were in their own home. So they were able to sort of have a baseline of what they were like when they were well. And I thought that was quite a good way of looking at it, so that actually when they saw them again, they had something to compare it to. So they had, and it is very scary going into GP land. A lot of people I work with, adults as well as children, are very frightened. Anything that's very different and you know, involves having to have blood pressures and things done. Some of those procedures are very scary, particularly for young people, or if they've had to have a lot of that done, you know, in hospital and schools, you know, it makes them very, very wary and anxious. So anything we can do to help support them around that, a little bit of desensitisation as well, that often helps, so that they know. And the most important thing is getting to know the nurse and the doctor, getting familiar with what actually happens at the doctors. I know it's very different from being under a paediatrician where you're getting all your health needs met. You're actually now moving into adulthood and actually starting to use the generic services that are out there. So it is quite different for families, I think, and quite a lot to get used to. I think there's one more slide. So what we want to be doing is encouraging the annual health checks for the 14+ group. And making sure that they are actually on the register first and foremost, are coded, and that they're being seen in their annual health checks, and where they're not getting their annual health checks, finding out why they're not coming in, if they need any additional support, building up that relationship, which is key really, working to get into better understanding from the GP's point of view as well as from the patients, because I think sometimes we think it's about the patient, but it's actually the GP as well. You know, I've been in practice before and the doctor said, I'm quite scared. You know, he admitted he's quite frightened of meeting people that had additional needs, and it's because he's not, you know, he needed to get to know them and get to understand what their needs are, and particularly around communication needs as well. So that's another thing we can put on the systems. We can put information about accessible information that people need, reasonable adjustments that they might need. So, you know, they need longer, do they need longer appointment times? Do they need support around how they communicate, and that's the kind of thing that could be put onto the system on the reminder page on the front page. So we use system 1 and EMIS are the kind of key practice systems that are used locally in Nottinghamshire. So yeah, it's about building that relationship. It's about getting the opportunity to check on that family as well, find out how the family are doing. It might be the one chance where mum gets a chance to talk to someone else about how things really are, and if they need any help, they need to be on that carers register, or if you know, if there are other services that might be able to support. So that's my presentation really. Yeah, you understand about the young person, think about reasonable adjustments.
Thanks, Marie. That's really helpful. There is a question actually in the chat about people need a formal diagnosis to be on the register.
Yeah, this source causes issues. I mean, if there's enough information, the GPs have a tool that they can use. So we've shared a tool locally to help them think about what that sort of things they need to include in that. You know, to be able to help them if it's not clear. I'd prefer they were on if it wasn't clear, because at least we know we're not missing anyone. So we would work together, and they come to our team actually, and we work together to make sure that we're including people. Sometimes people do get missed, and sometimes, you know, that does happen, and we'll pick them up at a time. But we hope we've been able to get most of those patients that should be invited on the list. That's half the battle, the coding, I think.
Thanks very much. I'm going to hand over to Julie now. I think you're going to introduce our next speakers.
I am, yes. Thank you, Marie, for that. That's really helpful. I've got great pleasure in introducing Tiff and Sharon. So I think probably most of the PfA team have done some work in Kent over the years. And we're always inspired by your drive and your innovation and your desire to improve outcomes for this group of children and young people. So I'm going to leave it to you to chat. I know you're going to talk about your PfA standards in schools, and I think a bit on the local level, but over to you two ladies.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to load a presentation for you. I think something's coming through now. Yes, I can see it coming through. What we're hoping to do today is to present you the partnership. That's the PfA partnership. We weren't a partnership. We weren't really doing anything very much, certainly coordinated in Kent before you guys came down and helped us and kicked us into shape, really. Since then, lots and lots and lots have come together. We've worked in collaboration really well, not least with Genuine Partnerships, who are also on this call, who helped us pull together the our co-production charter, which is now turned into training. Something is happening really slowly, and we've got it through. Yes, so this is a part of our partnership. It's not the whole lot. We also work really well with a lot of post-16 provision. The NHS are part of our partnership. There's lots of third sector, and the youth hubs are working with us as well. But today we will have presentations from Natalie, who you can see on the call, Tiff, who a lot of you will already know and who's been a massive driving force behind this, and Alicia, who leads our skills and employability, who's been a great ally to us here. We're hoping Siobhan will also join us. If she can't, we've got it all covered, and we'll pick up those bits between us. I'm going to hand over to Tiff now, who's been involved from the beginning, and as I've already mentioned, one of the key driving forces behind this.
Thank you. So what I wanted to do was just give a little bit of a context really for the starting point. So back in early 2019, like many authorities, we had our SEND area inspection, and although PfA was very light in the comments in terms of areas for improvement, they did bring up a few areas. So although many individuals, organisations, providers do their best, fragmented systems created too many opportunities for the needs of children to be missed. Transition doesn't start early enough for young people. Pockets of good practice, but not yet the experience of most young people. And that's kind of where we started. When the written statement of action was written, PfA didn't really feature in it. So we kicked off back in 2 years ago now, February 2020. We were supported heavily by NDTI, and Alice McCall led some of the training sessions for us. We had two very large multi-agency event. Kent's huge, so we had one in each, half of the county each. And we were joined by a huge range of professionals, parents, young people at the event. And the main aim of it was to start mapping where families, where schools, where professionals felt there were challenges and good practice in terms of PfA and navigating the system. So what we did following the event, and I think actually I wanted to say one of the best bits of the event was we had 4 tables set up with the PfA pillars, and people just come and scribbled everything in their subconscious into there around what was working with, and some of the ideas that came out of those is the good work that we've then gone on to do. So following the event, we with NDPI support, we produced a report summarising priorities. And that was really used to inform our strategic planning going forward and developed a real whole system action plan. Now, one of the things, as I say, it didn't come out in the written statement of action heavily PfA, but what we wanted to do was take advantage of the structures that Kent had put in place in order to respond to our written statement of action, because there were huge governance routes already in place. So what we managed to do was utilise those resources to embed our work. So all the parts of the PfA we put into matrix working through our core groups, and there were a few main items that we brought up. So we updated and reviewed the local offer. We went through and did training on PfA content in the EHC, so that went to multi-professionals as well as the SEND teams within the authority. We, with work of people that are on this call, there was lots of stuff done for the local offer, including videos and huge resources, and I know the others are going to talk about that. We used a lot of the feedback into our commissioning plan going forward, and we were able to develop protocols for transition to education and social care, and a preparation for core standard. Both those are going to be talked about in a bit more detail, but just wanted to make sure you saw kind of our infographic that's on the screen right now. So what we really set ourselves was a huge aim and expectation or aspiration, and that what we wanted was young people with certain difficulties to achieve disabilities, to achieve their ambitions and fulfil their aspirations as they prepare for adulthood. To make this happen, local education, social care, health service and the community volunteer section will work together in partnership with young people and their families and carers. Bear in mind, I've just had to read that because I couldn't remember it in detail. But what we were able to do was, as you'll see, you've got the former domains of PfA across the middle in blue, and then we created 5 key products. So the local offer being one, transition protocol being another, the core standard being another, forward planning tool, which from commissioning where I was working was very much looking at how we identify young people early in the system that are likely to need a commissioning response. So that's planning for places, for provision, planning what small providers we might need for education, how we can look at blended education models. And then the last one, which I think really underpins everything that we were trying to achieve, was provider collaboration. So we set up local to each of the colleges in Kent, and bear in mind there's lots of college sites in Kent, a collaborative group that would meet regularly and start looking at developing their local networks to support preparation for adulthood. And all of the enablers there were the workforce development and training and the written statement of actions. That's very much a whistle-stop tour of kind of the big picture, and other people and myself later on will go to give you a bit more of the nitty-gritty details within that. And I've just seen Linda put around it employers, and part of that provider collaboration did include providers and small social enterprises as well. Thank you. I'll pass over to the next person, Sharon.
Thank you, Tiff. That's brilliant. I'm going to hand you over to Natalie, who's in my team now. We're very privileged to have Natalie here. She's been the one that's pulled all of this together for us. Very, very skilled, working in collaboration with lots of people. And today is one of her learning days, so she's given up some of her learning time to come and present to all of you. Over to you, Natalie.
Great, thanks, Sharon. So yeah, thinking about the local offer, we've actually now named this the Send Information Hub. And that was in collaboration with stakeholders and partners. And we came to the decision to change this name because the local offer didn't really resonate with anyone. They weren't aware of what this meant if they're going to the website and what they were going to find out when they did this. So thinking about the preparing for adulthood section on the local offer, it was found it had lots of gaps and missing information. And we carried out an audit of this in 2020 following the inspection. And in February 2020, the NDTI worked with us to help develop priorities across the 4 pillars for PfA, so health, employment, independent living and community inclusion. And so we checked that we had all the information we needed covered under these main sections and worked with a range of partners to produce this content, including the NHS, Kent Supported Employment, CXK, who are careers advice charity, and many others. And we also decided to add education as a separate heading under this section, as there's so many different options available out there to young people with SEND of different education routes. And we also have links under here to the preparation for adulthood core standards and protocol, and also a link to short breaks as well, so they can look at this information. And the NDTI created an action plan for us to focus on this section, and there was a recommended focus on young people's voices being heard and co-production with this work. And on this slide you can see the image of Alex and him saying it's being a real lifesaver. And this is an example of his experience of support given by Kent Supported Employment, and it's a real life example of good outcomes here. And he talks about how he suffered from anxiety and depression. He had 3 years at university which were quite unsuccessful and he didn't enjoy himself. He then moved back home and got a diagnosis of moderate Asperger's, which meant he could get a bus pass that then enabled him to get some work experience and then full-time work experience, and ended up working for Kent County Council for 1.5 years. And this was all through the help of Kent Supported Employment. And I know Alicia can provide us with some good outcome stats. I'm not sure if you want to do this now or on the next slide.
Do you want me to hand over to Alicia now, Natalie?
Yeah, all the other...
Finish your bit and we'll hand over. So you can see we haven't practiced this very well.
Well, the other thing I was just going to say is that we've also been working with the National Deaf Children's Society, interviewing some deaf young people to see what they think of the website and if it's accessible to them. And we're going to start building a report from this, but we're starting to get actually some quite positive feedback saying, oh, it's clear, I didn't realise all this information was here, I'm going to come back and have a look at my different options. And I'm just going to conclude with a quote from a youth worker from February 2022, so this year, that the SEND Information Hub is much improved, it's very useful, and it's used a lot when working with young people. So that's great to hear.
Brilliant. Thank you, Natalie. That's great. I'm going to hand you over to Alicia now, who's one of the first people who I met on this journey, who really helped us pull this together. Although Alicia's focus really is skills and employability and making sure that, well, she leads up on the supported employment part of the world, her work is so much wider and greater than that, and the support that she's given to us all has really just spilled out over those boundaries, and she's been a fundamental part of helping us get this right. So over to you, Alicia.
Well, thank you. I can't see the slides, but my slide is up. The slide doesn't matter. I've got it in front of me, so that's okay. I'd just like to echo those sentiments, really. It's been an absolute pleasure to work with the team. Before, everything was quite fragmented and we knew good practice was going on across the council, but we knew we'd be much stronger together. So that's really pulled us together over the last couple of years. It's been an absolute pleasure to do this work. And Alex is a typical example of the outcomes we've managed to achieve. Alex is still working, he's moved on, he's got a promotion, and he's now working for a company called the Education People, where he's continuing his training. So as you can see from the outcomes, we were very keen to ensure that all SEND young people had those aspirations raised and had the opportunity to move into paid work, and that teachers were aware that there were opportunities and that parents were also aware. So KCC have commissioned us to do a large piece of work around supported employment in schools, where we've worked with head teachers, governors and teachers to train people to be able to understand the supported employment model and the outcomes that that can achieve. So over the period of time that we've been working together, I've had over 200 SEND young people aged 16 to 25 moved into working towards moving into work. So all those young people have had a vocational profile, they've all had a careers guidance interview, so that we know exactly what makes them tick and where they want to be. So if you think of, oh, you know somebody who knows Bob and he's lovely, I'll get him a job in Tesco on a Wednesday afternoon. We are the opposite of that. We want to understand what that young person does, what makes them tick, and what that employer wants out of that young person, and how we can make that job match. So 70% of the young people that we've worked with have moved into paid employment, and that could include apprenticeships. So we do professional job coaching, so that once they move into that work, we're supporting that employer and that young person until they feel embedded in the workplace and that they can then become independent. And in the nicest possible way, we don't want to see them again. We want to give them all the skills they can have so that they can just thrive in the workplace and develop their careers. So we've been working with over 600 employers across the whole of Kent and from all sectors. We've got the South East LEP priority groups, but we also need to understand where those young people want to be placed and what interests those. So we may have entry-level roles. We've got somebody who's been a self-employed gardener and set up his own business. We've supported them with that. And we've got a guy at the other end of the spectrum who has got a first-class degree in maths but couldn't find employment, and we helped to match him with a building company where he's doing a level 7 apprenticeship now. So there's, you know, it's whatever, the same as everybody else in the world, it's whatever makes that person tick and where they see they want to go in the future, we support them as an individual. So 96% of those employees have sustained their work for over 6 months. And then the other outcomes, if they don't find work, then we will help them to find other opportunities. So it may be that somebody has done a taster session in a job and they think, actually, this isn't for me. And in order to move into a career, I actually need to go back to college and do a course in X, Y, and Z. So it's very much bespoke to what that individual needs. So really the link is between making sure that employer feels confident in employing SEND young people, and making sure that they've got the tools they need to be able to support them. And then likewise, how is that young person going to benefit that employer to make them a welcome part of that company? So yeah, so thank you very much for the opportunity, everyone. It's been great.
Thank you, Alicia. That was fab. Just going to hand you over to Tiffany for the next minute. Okay.
So I'm actually covering this for a colleague who couldn't be here today. So I just want to talk through the protocol that we pulled together. And at the end of the presentation, the links to these documents there, and I really would encourage people to have a look at them. So as we talked about, the system was fragmented, and I think it was clear to say that within our services, we didn't always know where the accountability lied for different things, whether that was health, social care or education, the SEND department. The starting point of this was to start bringing people together and say who does what, how does it all link together? And as we started working through that, we realised that actually, as much as we needed a protocol, we needed to make sure that information was clear and transparent to parents. And we really came to the decision as a group of professionals that actually we don't need an internal protocol. We should be held account by our external protocol. So we turned this into a family-facing document, and there is also an easy read that was developed to go with it. So we've got both suites of documents on our local offer pages. And the main aim of it is like everything else. It was about raising aspirations around starting transition earlier, making sure that everyone knew their role in doing that. And I think one of the biggest parts within this that from working in a local authority perspective that was amazing that came out of it was the health accountabilities and that pathway from health and how that linked in with everyone else into there. So it was a huge piece of work. And, you know, when we got to the point where we were ready to publish it, we actually shared this with one of our special schools with a post-16 provision, and they quality assured it for us. They went through all of it and they made sure that it was language and it made sense to them, asked questions, and that improved and developed the content of what this document ended up looking like. I'll pass over to the next person, Sharon.
Oh yes, I'm sorry about that.
Can I just give you a
trying to make time?
Can I just give you a time warning? You've got 1 minute. Yeah.
1 minute. Siobhan, I'm not going to give a massive long introduction to you. Can you talk about preparation for adulthood in Kent, urges and stages, and we can wrap the other bits up quite quickly, I think. Siobhan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, hi Siobhan.
Hello, everyone, and lovely to have the opportunity to speak to everyone. And this is, again, around the concept of working better together, because that is very much a key aspect of all of this. And where this has come from is around that systems approach to preparation for adulthood. But it actually started with best practice guidance for early years settings, which was developed by professionals within Kent. And you can see the snapshots there on the slide. Whereby all professionals and practitioners supported children to achieve their potential, and that best practice guidance was put together to evaluate inclusive practice in general, but also to look at specific strategies that could be used under different need types. And what that meant is that it led to the development of our mainstream core standards, which you'll see there on the right hand side, which is a framework for schools to support all children and young people with SEND in the mainstream settings to ensure they're included in all aspects of school life, make progress, and they are happy in school. It was co-produced with parents and children and young adults, along with all sorts of other practitioners and professionals around the local authority, which was supported by that county-wide approach to inclusive education. And alongside this, there is a parent guide to complement it, which is, again, very important for parents to understand what they can expect, so that they don't feel that they are operating in the dark, or that they feel that mainstream schools don't do what they want them to do, whereas in fact it outlines the expectations and allows parents to have that opportunity to be able to have those wider conversations with schools. And what that means, therefore, is that there's a straightforward trend right the way from early years all the way up through the mainstream core standards and working towards the preparation for adulthood post 16, which obviously we would also start in the mainstream setting. So do I need to hand over, Sharon? I think, Tiffany, back to you.
Yes, if we've got time, can we cover the PfA core standards, please, Tiff?
Yeah, I think this was the hope on what we were asked to cover was this in the main. So I would like to just get through this. So as one of the products was the PfA core standards, and I think this really was, I think this is the highlight of my career in being able to lead on producing this. We created a document that is school focused, so it's for school and education establishments to read, and it sets out what the law says, so what the legal duties on schools and others are around PfA, what good practice already exists in schools. And I think the really main thing that I like, and I really do employ people to have a look at this, is what we've got is from primary all the way up to age 25. We've got a year-by-year guidance of what PfA can look like, and it's even got who's responsible for that, because it isn't all the education setting. There is a parental family responsibility in some of that information. There is a health, there is a social care, there is a SEND responsibility, and it maps all of that, as well as the services that are available in Kent. And what I will say is when we launched this and shared it with the head teachers in Kent, I don't think I've ever been in a meeting where I've heard so much positive reward about something, in that they're all saying we've needed this for so many years, and this is a great resource. And it is the epitome on my peer. I see that a couple of comments have popped up to say, are there links? They are on the last slide of here, so we're probably not going to get to share them, but you'll get packs of this information at the end, along with a slide that wasn't able to be talked to. But, you know, it's been a pleasure to share that. And, you know, I don't work in KCC anymore. I work for Wandsworth, but I'm more than happy to put my contact details in the chat if anybody wants to get in touch around the PfA core standard, who would like to do that for themselves as a next step within their own area, because I'm so passionate about making this a success everywhere, because I think it's so valuable.
Thank you, Tiff.
Thank you. Have you finished? Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, we're going to hand over to you now. All of our links are there to all of the documents and the SEND strategy and everything that we've shared with you today.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. And you can see lots of people are applauding. I'm so sorry about the restrictions on time, but, you know, we did want to include as many people as possible today to share all the wonderful practice around the country. So, yeah, for those of you that weren't here this morning, I'm Linda Jordan. I'm one of the Preparing for Adulthood team. And I'd like to introduce my colleague Barry Jones, who's going to be talking to you about a very novel approach to working out how we know that we're doing stuff that is going to make a difference to young people. So the SEND world is full of data, I think there's more and more interesting data, and most of the data is about labels and who's who and where they are, and we're trying to come up with ways of measuring outcomes that are important to young people and families. Over to you, Barry.
Yeah, thanks, Linda, and thanks everyone for the previous talk. That was great. I could have listened to that for another hour at least. Sounded great. Really kind of tickled my and whetted my appetite to get on the links and find out more. My preference, hey, if I could, I would have had Sam Barron here from Northumberland. Sam wanted to be here, but wasn't able to make it due to a conflicting kind of personal appointment. So she's let me jump in on her behalf, which I'm really privileged and thrilled to do. So just make sure my slides are working. Yeah. So back in 2018, Northumberland had the experience like every local area has now, or nearly every local area has now, and they went through an inspection, an area inspection around SEND with CQC and Ofsted. And they were found to have some serious weaknesses, one of which was around preparing for adulthood. Sam got in contact with us, and as the area lead for the kind of the Northwest area facilitator, I went out and did some work with them. And the first thing we did is we kind of put our curious hats on, and we said, hey, let's take a look at what practice is like through the lens of the Preparing for Adulthood golden thread in 80 of their education, health and care plans. We pulled about 3 or 4 workshops together, and Alice McCall, my colleague, and I, we went up to Northumberland and we spent kind of 1.5 to 2 days there, and we worked with about 120, 130 different people, head teachers, parent carers, nurses, doctors, paediatricians. The list is endless, about 120 people. And we reviewed all these plans to see kind of what's working and what's not working. Were aspirations in Section A? Did those aspirations about the PfA pathways go into the outcomes in Section E? And importantly, was provision in place to enable those outcomes to be moved towards? And that piece of work led to a whole kind of development plan locally to make improvements. Oh, nice one. Thank you. That's cost me another tenner. Thanks, Lindsay. And at the end of that kind of set of conversations, we actually said, hey, we're really curious. Do we actually count what matters? Do we actually count what matters? So we had discussions about the adult social care outcomes framework. You know, that horrible statistic that often gets bandied about. Now 5.7% of all adults with learning disabilities known to adult social care, that bit normally gets left out, is in employment. And we were saying, is it fair and appropriate that people in adult social care, and the numbers of those who are in employment, is used as a statistic to say how well or not the whole SEND reforms are working in relation to employment? And people locally in Northumberland said, no, I don't think it is. We need to count things that what matter. So what we did is we kind of did some work called outcome-based accountability that is inspired by the work of Mark Friedman from the States. He was an accountant and wanted to kind of really begin to count what matters, you know, answering the really important question, so what, is anyone better off? So because we're a non-for-profit organisation, we were allowed to use kind of Mark Friedman's work kind of freely, which is great. So big shout out to Mark for letting us do that. And a good friend and colleague of the PfA team, our mate Pat and I went up to Northumberland and we did a set of workshops looking at what would be a great indicator for kind of, or set of indicators that would suggest people are leading good lives now and in the future. So that was in recognition that some of the things we count give us an idea, you know, but actually just counting GCSE grades and other things like that don't give us a holistic idea about how well an area is doing in relation to preparing for adulthood. So we ran 3 workshops, over 100 people came, and we looked at the 4 preparing for adulthood pathways across those 3 workshops. We put our imagination caps on and we imagined that we were going to go into 5 years time in the future. And because unprecedented change took place, because of passionate and committed leaders, local members, children, young people, families and staff, unprecedented change has taken place in Northumberland, and they're now leading the way in inclusion, and everyone was leading a good life. What did we see, hear and feel? We described that, and then we kind of put them into kind of data statements. And we worked with performance leads in those workshops and after, just to health check them and say, yeah, are these good kind of statements? We also had providers and commissioners there, as well as parent carers. And initially across the 3 workshops, because like people's thinking caps were so firmly on, tapping into our imaginations, we had over 130 different type of indicators. And we did something about checking how strong they were in terms of their communication power, how well did they communicate, people were leading good lives, and other things too. And they refined those down to a set of 12 indicators. And by this point, we were at the end of 2019, beginning of 2020. And we realised actually locally they had an opportunity to develop new approaches to annual reviews. So these new indicators, the idea they would help drive practice and help drive good conversation. So they weren't going to become a tick list. You know, tell me, have you got a good friend? You know, it's not about just ticking a box. It's about good conversation and good practice. Here's an example of some of the indicators. So the number and percentage of parent carers who are saying they're confident to support their child or young person through the next kind of phase of transition. The percentage of number of people with a plan who have a friend. It's kind of important, isn't it? We know, you know, think about how important our friends are. How many people have choice in the social activity they engage with, who are happy with where they call home, and then how many people can kind of travel and use local transport. So these are some examples of indicators that the system just didn't and couldn't count at the time. This was just before kind of middle of winter 2020. So everyone knows what happened in March of 2020, so I'm just not going to name it because we know it, right? So let's fast forward kind of about a year after that. They reflected and looked at the work and thought, and they moved it on slightly based on the work we did. And they actually put it front and centre of their local SEND kind of local area strategy, 21 to 24. And you can see some of the indicators we worked on together found their way into what outcomes do we want to achieve. You know, thinking about healthy, people want to be relaxed and happy, absolutely, and cope with life's ups and downs. Thinking about community inclusion, we want to make friends, see friends, and keep in touch with friends. You know, all these really important things. So I was really excited that this found its way into their strategy, because this is what children, young people, and families, as well as staff who are paid and unpaid to be in the lives of children, say really matters. So really focused on counting what's important. We then thought, wow, this is great, but how do we actually know? How do we know? Because this isn't just as easy as looking at SEN2 data. Like, how do we capture this information? What do we need to do? So they've taken an approach which is kind of threefold. And the first one is saying, hey, let's ask children, young people, and families and practitioners. That would be a good start. Let's speak to people and see what's going on for them. Let's explore and be curious about our practice. Let's look at complaints and compliments, and let's look at kind of audits and other things. And then let's look at the hard data that we collect. And that's the approach that they're kind of taking at the moment to know if their strategy is making a change. So I'm kind of really excited to kind of be seeing that. And I also wanted to give the local area a massive shout out, and I don't know if Sam will have done this, so in a way I'm glad that I'm unable to do this. So this is a massive shout out and congratulations goes to Sam, who's the head of service or the head of strategic, the strategic head for SEND and the designated clinical officer, a dual role, and the wider team. It's definitely a big team thing. This is what Ofsted said at a recent revisit. There has been significant improvement and a seismic, wow, when does Ofsted say that? And a seismic change in leadership and culture since Northumberland's last inspection. We no longer work in silos and they work collegiately to implement the requirements of the 2014 SEND reforms. And I'm really proud that we've managed to be a very small but important part of that journey with them. And yeah, huge congratulations to them and the team locally. Yeah, indeed. And that's the journey. So I'll make sure we share all of the links. Thanks for listening.
Thanks, Barry. That was great. Really interesting. Thank you. And Julie.
Yes, it's to me now. Hopefully you've got the slides there.
Do you want? Is it the leadership ones now?
Yes, it's the leadership one. Oh, Natalie's there. I'm so glad to see your face, Natalie. I think they're loading slowly. Just whilst they're loading, So as part of our contract with DFE, we've run the SEND leadership programme for I think about 8 years now, and I've got some interesting stats in my slides when they come up, but it's been an absolute pleasure and probably one of the most enjoyable pieces of work that I do, to actually have people come together to kind of share their challenges, you know, pick out their kind of successes, think about how to problem solve with each other. So what I wanted to do was just to give you a bit of an overview of the programme, and then I'm going to ask Natalie to speak as well, but just to highlight a couple of other leadership things that we've been doing. So I know that Carol, who's on the call, has been doing some work with Somerset, setting up some SEND kind of leader champions, so looking across the local authority and looking at people from different walks of life to be champions around SEND. And we're also just about to embark on a Southwest leadership programme with the Staff College as well. That starts in April. But so the SEND leadership programme been running for 8 years, as I've just said, and during, I'm not going to mention the C word, during that C word period, we managed to shift the whole programme online, and goodness knows how we did it. It nearly killed the team, I think, but we ran 2 cohorts back to back, so we actually had 75 participants on that course. And then this year we've got our final module next week. We've had a mixed delivery with the first and the last modules have been face to face, and then the other 2 in the middle have been online. And I think that's absolutely for us the way forward. There's so much value in people coming together. So since the beginning of the programme, we've had over 400 participants, and we're lucky enough to catch up with people along the way who, you know, continue to do fantastic things in the world of SEND. We've had leaders from across the sector. So what we always try and do is invite people to come in pairs. So we will often have, for example, a post-16 SEND leader alongside someone from social care or someone from health. So designated care officer, designated medical officer, and the new designated social care officer, of which Natalie is one of them. Every year we do a full evaluation, and that helps us to plan our kind of next programme. But this year, for the first time, we decided to do a bit of a where are they now? So looking back over the past 3 years, we had some challenges around GDPR, but we went for the last 3 years just to get a kind of flavour really of what has the programme done for them as individual leaders, but also what has it done for their local areas. And the report is out next month, this month actually, now we're in March, aren't we? But I can share some of the high level feedback from that. So next slide, please. Thank you. So this just gives you a bit of feedback from the programme for this year, participants who are on the programme this year. Actually, what I didn't say, which is probably quite important, is the way that the programme is designed is that kind of blend of understanding what it means to be a leader, but also learning from the sector. So learning about kind of effective practice as we are today, really, from, and you know, quite a lot of people who are here today have come via the leadership programme. So learning about effective practice that's going on currently as well. So we have a focus on SEND, and then a strong focus on leadership for you, some kind of leadership theory. We look at the history of learning disability. It's a very rich, very kind of eclectic programme, I would say. So this just gives you a bit of feedback from who we've heard from this year. Yeah, I think what it does is it gives people an opportunity to kind of reset and breathe. And certainly what we discovered during the C word that I won't name period, it was really valuable for people to just spend some time together and actually, you know, support each other. We had a lot of support, I think, during those online sessions. So next slide, please. Okay, so this just gives you a bit of a highlight of the retrospective evaluation. I think I've kind of covered really, you know, what the impact had on individual SEND leaders, what it's had on the delivery of the reforms in their local areas, where it's had a positive impact on the individuals or the area, and then maybe where it's not had the anticipated impact as well. So there's always going to be key challenges or barriers to change, I think. Change takes a long time, we know that, and we certainly have people say, you know, that they're inspired by the programme, they get involved in personal projects to deliver things in their local area, and then something might get in the way, or people move on too, people move into different roles. Thank you. Next one. Yeah, so this just gives you a bit of feedback that we've had so far, and really positive. I think people saying they're always referring back to examples, either from the course or real life situations. We have a lot of experts by experience come and present their own journeys and their own experiences. We always start with families and children and young people, so listening to families and children and young people to ensure that I fully understand their concerns. We've got a much more proactive approach to partnership working now. Partnership runs through everything that we do on the programme, and we really encourage people to think about, you know, who is in your circle, who are your allies, who are those people that you can connect with to support you to move forward with your SEND agenda and ultimately improve outcomes and lives for children, young people and their families. And then the final one, someone's saying that they've delivered a lot of training and development toolkits, a link to annual reviews, outcomes writing. So they've taken their learning from the training that they've done and they've put that into practice in their local area. So I'm going to stop there. I'm going to hand over to the lovely Natalie. She can introduce herself and just share a little bit of her experience. And I promise I won't listen, Natalie.
Barry's here as well. Hi everyone. So I'm Natalie McNeil, Designated Social Care Officer in West Sussex. Been in post since February last year and started this training in September of last year as well. Is it possible if I share my screen, because I'm quite a visual person, and I just think, yeah, okay, I'm just going to share with you just some slides I put together. Barry and Julie, don't look at them because I'm using them next week as well. So can everyone see them? No?
Not yet, but they might be loading. They could take, yeah, they're coming up now.
Coming up, are they? Hang on. Are they up? Can you see them?
They've just gone away again. They're up now.
Okay. So I think for me, it was really timely. I'd been a social worker. I've got a bit of an education background, but I've been a social worker or in social care for about 18 years before coming into the disco role. But always been frontline in a level of management, but not in a strategic role, which I've moved into as the disco. So I very much experienced the imposter syndrome pretty much every day and still do. But I think one of the things this course really and program's given me is that's okay. It's okay to have those feelings. And actually on the first day I was worried what I was going to wear, and you know, it was all these going to be SEND leaders, and then there'd be me. And actually we're all the same, and we've all got the same passion, and it's been amazing just to come together across the nation to meet like-minded people. And as Julie's just said, the young people and the experts by experience has been something that I will always hold, some of the things that have been talked about, particularly around co-production. And I will make sure that that's something that really goes through everything that I do. Another thing is I beat myself up quite a lot about when I make mistakes. And I think, again, hearing people that maybe been around in a leader role longer than I have, it's okay to make mistakes and actually learn from them and go forward. So there are just some of the things that have really helped me that we've talked about. Something that I talk quite a lot about with Julie about is my role is very much influence without authority. I didn't have a clue what that meant before I went on the training on the programme, and actually had a lot of frustration with other local authorities and staff and leaders and across all the areas, and actually really having an understanding about this influence without authority. I actually can influence without authority, and I think this diagram just really helps me to understand how you do that. And again, just talking about and understanding that from the programme. I think something I've never considered in the world of SEND is actually the history, and we had, I think, probably about half a day on the history of SEND, and that was really enlightening, actually very upsetting as well, some of the areas of what's happened, but I've never actually known about that. So again, that having that history and the experiences that have come before where we are now is really helpful.
Natalie, can I just stop you there? Can you pop it into presentation mode, do you think? Because we're getting some grids across.
Sorry.
That's okay, don't apologise.
That better?
Perfect, thank you.
Yep. So I've nicked these offline, so I don't know if I have copyright or anything, so I'll just probably just say that, but they just help me explain while I'm going through. So so like I said, I didn't really have that good of an understanding about different leadership styles, and I've really have learned my way forward, and I think already applying that across West Sussex and some things that I'm leading on. And I think one of the key ones, I don't know if you can see, it's got, this is about having a coalition, which I always thought was a real government political word, and never would have put myself with that. But I think this picture really highlights about bringing everybody along. Everyone's got a bit of the jigsaw. So this brings, this really helps me think about what I'm doing in West Sussex. And Julie's been involved in some of the PfA work that we're doing with the audit tool, and actually just seeing the first workshop we did, this really sort of demonstrates what was happening in the room, where people had come from different areas, from local authority, sort of education, some of the other roles. We're still missing key areas, so then that's what's missing from our jigsaw. So we're going to be running some more sessions. So for me, it's definitely built my confidence. I think that's my last, I'll talk about this slide as well. So it's given me the opportunity to take time to reflect about what type of leader I want to be and are, because I think maybe my confidence was that I wasn't one, and actually I am. And being able to take that forward, learn from other people, but also share what I'm doing. And then we are doing projects, and we get the opportunity to have a mentor during this programme as well, which has been really helpful. And I think Julie's my mentor alongside a colleague, and we talk about world domination, and I think we will get there. Around the STEM world, we will do that, because we're taking everyone along with us. One of the things that we're putting into place is a Send Awareness event, and we've got that up and running steering group, and we're launching that in October. At the moment, we're just doing a bit of scoping to find out what everybody wants, from practitioner to families, young people. So that's really good, and we're doing that in partnership with our parent carer forum. Again, this is really key to me. Julie will have seen that I've talked about the golden thread quite a lot, taken out of the code of practice, but I think you just have to really talk about things a lot, keep saying the same things. And actually something came back to me. Our director of social care in our Children First board stated in this week's meeting that SEND is everyone's business. And I nearly cried when I heard that, because I don't have any direct impact on her, but it's starting to filter. And to hear the leader saying that is fantastic. So we're just making sure that we're really just getting out there, spreading the word. We've got lots of different, I don't know if I've added it or not. No, I haven't. I'm going to come back so I can see people. We've got lots of different work streams, from helping understanding around the Mental Capacity Act, through offering guidance, doing our PfA work, getting young people, young adults into work, helping. We've got our SEND Champion Network that is up and running and doing really, really well. There's so many to name, and actually I do give a lot of merit that to the NTDI doing their programme, because that's really helped my confidence, and I said very timely for what I needed.
Natalie, thank you. That's superb. It's great to hear you kind of share from your personal perspective, and I guess for us to be privileged to be part of that journey with you as well. So thank you so much for that.
No, thank you.
I think I'm handing over to Carol, maybe?
Indeed you are, yes. Yes. So now we've got a question and answer session for the whole team. I think we had too many questions. People were initially invited to pose questions. We had loads and loads, so I'm afraid we've had to be selective. But if it's okay with the team, I'm just going to read the question to you, and I'm going to ask individuals to respond. So the first question is for you, Linda. Okay, so what work is being done to include preparing for adulthood at an early age?
Thanks, Carol. So everything we do, we talk about the early years, the importance of preparing for adulthood from the early years, and obviously the code of practice is helpful in that regard, because there is a whole chapter. chapter 8 is called Preparing for Adulthood from the Earliest Years. And so as a team, whenever we're working, whatever we're doing, we always stress the importance of PFA from the earliest years. And that's why we had an early years provider on the event today to talk about what they're doing in a nursery. And we've got lots of examples around the country of early years nurseries and early years providers that we've worked with and are doing that sort of similar work. So we've had a bit of impact, but there's still more to do, because I think still we need to spread the message that this has got to start in the early years, because what happens to us before we're the age of 5 has lifelong impact, and particularly around friends, relationships and community. We have got an outcomes tool on the Preparing for Adulthood website that talks about outcomes, preparing for adulthood outcomes from the early years, and it's got lots of outcomes for preschool, primary school and through the whole sector.
Carol, you're on mute.
Sorry, there's a question from Jackie Bean. I'm not sure if Jackie's still on the call actually, but it was about identification of learners during year 10 and 11 in relation to young people for employment, vocational. It was specifically around send employability hubs, but I think it was a general thing about, it could be applied to as a general thing to vocational courses and supported internships and etc. And I think it's fair to say that it's quite variable how people get identified, and there is some cherry picking that goes on, that some people are considered not employable, which isn't helpful, because if you don't give somebody an opportunity to try, you're never going to know if they're going to be able to do the tasks that are required. It needs actually there to be plenty of emphasis on employment from much earlier, so right through from nursery, primary and secondary, to ensure that everybody's thinking about employment, young people think that they can work, that the staff who are working around them are also thinking about how it could work for individuals, what adaptations they might need, reasonable adjustments and so on. And there needs to be, that needs to be built into the curriculum. So employment needs to be there throughout. I think if you're talking about supported internships in particular, recruitment needs to be early enough that you can work with the young people prior to them starting, and also with their families, because it's really important that the families are taken along on the journey and understand what the implications of it are, and that there should be at the end of a supported internship the possibility of a real paid job, and how that might impact on the family income. So that was question 2, and I took it because we split them up between us. So question 3 is for Alice. How can you work with schools to begin to identify skills that are required for preparing for adulthood? And I know you'll take it from early years, Alice.
How can you work with schools to identify skills for preparing for adulthood? Well, certainly, I suppose just building on what Linda said about early years and our emphasis on that. Clearly, there's areas of child development covered through the PFA outcomes, you know, those pathways, if you like, in terms of building confidence and enabling children to enjoy play and free choice and child-led play, which leads really nicely into person-centred planning, actually. And I think that's one of the strengths to many people working in children's services, being particularly good at person-centred planning, because child-centred working is a natural journey. Obviously, I think it's useful to just go back to our outcomes tool that's been flagged in the chat in relation, and perhaps reflecting on Tiffany's presentation from Kent about, if you like, the different stages and years through which children, you know, obviously are going through that educational journey. And there are a number of resources that assist you to look at each year, you know, and each year group as to what it is that should be being achieved across those pathways. On a personal note, certainly my absolute passion would be to always be, and I'm sure this is the same for many of us, be thinking about mental health and confidence, and young people not being in a position really to make huge leaps forward until they're in a safe place in relation to their confidence and their base and the people around them, that circle of support which Linda mentioned earlier, and our understanding of that holistic support around them. I've signposted to a few tools. I hope that's sufficient. If there's anyone else who wants to jump in, please do.
Okay, thank you, Alice. There's a question for Ellen now, which came from Helen, and I know Helen Crawford is on the call. Helen, I know you suggested several questions, but I've selected one, which is, what are your thoughts around when a young person is accessing ongoing learning for life, such as living and life skills, but have reached their English and maths, etc., academic potential? When should this become social care provision? So Ellen, hoping you can respond to that one.
I'll do my best. I think it's no surprise to hear me say that it's really important to start early to think about what the right pathway for a young person might be. And we've got study programmes within FE, and they are able to be bespoke to each individual. And if the clear outcomes are set, when these have been achieved, for example, maybe a supported internship is led to a paid job, then that should be the outcome for that young person. But we would emphasise the importance of good person-centred reviews here, because that's where it would be identified that if support is required after college and they haven't been on an employment programme, a supported internship or a traineeship, and they may need provision beyond education, then that should be planned carefully. And if it's support from social care that's needed, it should be explored what that looks like from as early as possible. So again, back to thinking about early intervention and looking at what's written in a plan and how important that is, that it leads to the right outcome for that young person. And my voice is going. Sorry. I think that's, anybody else want to add anything? I think that's sort of what we would want to see happen.
Thank you. Thank you. I've got a couple of questions that I'm kind of combining for you, please, Julie. Which is, what opportunities will there be going forward for local authorities to share good practice, and where will we go for advice for preparing for adulthood from now? And the long series of questions, and these two are from Helen Hodgson and Elizabeth Sullivan Ash. So I'm not going to read the whole question because there's a long list, but you get the gist.
I do get the gist, yeah. And I think I posted earlier on in the chat around the PFA resources. They will all move on to the NDTI website. We'll have a PFA link there. And I think there are some plans moving forward to kind of house these resources somewhere too. So people may or may not be aware that I can't give lots of information because it's not in the public domain yet, but there were, I've just written it down to remind me, there were 3 specific tenders out. So one was around delivering better value in SEND, which is looking at how we can use the kind of finances and resources better to support young people and families for better outcomes. There were also, there's also a targeted tender, which will look at those local areas with a written statement of action around preparing for adulthood and provide some targeted support in the way that we have been doing this year. And then there is a universal tender, which is looking more at kind of support for schools and colleges. So they're all out there at the moment, and we're waiting for kind of public announcements from the department. They're all department DFE funded tender opportunities. There is also, I think it probably was mentioned earlier on, a really exciting kind of hot off the press news around support internship funding. So there's going to be some funding available for partner organisations to support local areas to further develop their support internship programmes, and alongside that some grant funding for local areas to apply for as well. And I think what we really celebrate is the fact that that will be ring fenced, because we know that some of the employment funding in the past has kind of come into local areas and not necessarily been used in the way that we'd like to see it used, you know, to support employment pathways for young people. The other thing to add is that part of the targeted tender includes something called What Works in Send. So people may be familiar with the What Works. There's certainly What Works in Children's Social Care, which is run by, I think it was Nesta, not quite sure who runs it now, but a reciprocal, if you like, to share kind of best practice and case stories, etc. And then I guess, you know, from today, you know, we have shared a lot of examples of good practice. We've got lots on our website. And the other point finally to make is that as an organisation, we're always available if people want to commission us to do bits of work for them. So I'm not a very good saleswoman, but that's just a bit of a plug that we have an amazing group of team, you know, associates and team members who can offer support to local areas if needed. So hopefully that answers that question as best that I can anyway.
Thank you, Julie. One for you, Barry. What advice would you give around ceasing plans?
Yeah, what advice would I give around ceasing plans? So from a personal perspective, I think the words really matter. There's something around that for me. Words really matter. I realise we've got the code of practice and the word ceasing and appears, but for me, it's about if we start around preparing for adulthood from the earliest of years, and we're having good conversations with children and young people early. We're thinking about aspirations and what a great life looks like now and in the future, and we're working towards that, then actually it's about celebrating success, celebrating what's taken place. It's about recognising when outcomes have been achieved. Ultimately, the people are in a good job, living as independently as possible and being as healthy as possible, and having mates and dates if they would like, that kind of stuff. And then we don't need the plan anymore, whether that's at 19 or whether that's at 25. However, for some young adults, they will have lifelong support needs, and absolutely right, they would like choice and control over the people that provide that support to them. So where that is the case and those outcomes haven't been achieved as such because they're lifelong, then I think it's about a really smooth and effective transition using the sound kind of what matters to that young adult in terms of a good life for them, and a good transition from an education, health and care plan to another plan that might be an adult social care plan, for argument's sake. So there's something about language. Ceasing plans kind of sounds a little bit bureaucratic to me, like, you know what, not my job anymore, it's someone else's, something like that. It's about improving outcomes. Does that help?
Thank you.
Oh, and something else I've just remembered. Of course, there's a PfA resource tool for this, isn't there, Carol? Because there's a PfA resource tool for everything, right? So there's a final review resource on the website, and it's an awesome tool, and I'd strongly check it out, especially if you're a parent and carer or a young adult yourself. Check it out and see the types of conversations that could be really helpful in your final annual review. Yeah, so thanks.
Thank you, Barry. Another one for you, Julie. This was from Mike Finlay, and again, I'm afraid I haven't checked whether Mike's on the call still, but what's gone well in developing and implementing the Preparing for Adulthood guidance, and how have you measured impact, and what would you do differently in writing and implementing guidance if you were going through the same process again from scratch? I'm afraid I'm not clear. If Mike's on the call, he's just so we have a quick check. Can't see him here, actually.
I can answer it to the best of my understanding of the question.
Thank you.
So I guess one of the things to say is that everything we do, everything that we produce is co-produced with families, with young people, with practitioners. So comes from our understanding of the work that we've done over the years as well. The DFE the Preparing for Adulthood programme is funded by the Department for Education, and we have very tight KPIs around our delivery. I know the team all grown, but we have to do evaluations of everything that we do pretty much, and then follow up evaluations as well. So that's partly how we kind of evaluate and check out. We also review things that we do to see how they're working, and hear from organisations like Kent, for example, who've used some of our resources, and understand and learn from that, I guess, learn from what we need to change with those resources. I think, is there anything that I would do differently? Yes, absolutely. I think that, and this isn't within our gift really, but I think that it's sad that the programme overall wasn't evaluated and reviewed from the beginning. So, I think we kind of missed a trick in that sense to measure impact through we're partners, we work with 2 other organisations, measure impact through the programme through the years that we've been running it. I guess we try and share, today's been an example of that, really share best practice, and we do a lot of networking and linking people up, so that we're quite knowledgeable and have a good understanding of the regions and local areas within those regions. If someone comes to us, we run a helpline, so if someone comes to us with a question, we generally have an idea of where we can link people up to support them with that. So hopefully that answers your question. I think we try and learn and grow with everything that we do all the time, but it's a really important reminder, I think, I know we're being recorded, but the reality is that we've got so much more to do, and we haven't got it right yet in relation to SEND. Hence, we've got the SEND review coming out, which hopefully will help guide and move things forward in the right direction. Sounded a bit political and waffly then, sorry. Sound like a politician.
Okay, it's been a long afternoon, a long morning, a long afternoon. We've heard loads and loads of things. So, a question for you, Ellen. Is anyone aware of the work placement demands in T levels, and what reasonable adjustments have been suggested for young people on T levels?
Great
question. This is from Gemma Hilton.
Yeah, I don't think Gemma's on the call anymore, but I do know Gemma from Hearts Regional College, so I can always take it up with her outside this as well. She's asked about the industry placements or work placements in a T level, which is about 45 days. And sadly, T levels are not really appropriate or allowed to be appropriate for young people with additional needs, in a sense that you have to have a level 2. So it excludes a lot of young people straight away. Because they're supposed to be like an alternative to A levels and equivalent to 3 A levels. But any adjustments to the work placement or the industry placement would need to be made on an individual basis based on that young person's needs. And she asked about reasonable adjustments being suggested for young people on T levels, and she was asking about in the workplace. And there's no legal requirement to pay someone on an industry placement, but they're viewed as the same as a paid job. So some employers do pay young people, and so access to work can be claimed for any reasonable adjustments that are needed and as appropriate for that individual. So they're not actually very inclusive. That's the main thing to think about. But if a young person can access a T level, then the reasonable adjustments can be made, and any workplace or industry placement would have to be done with the employer on an individual basis. Hopefully that's answered our question.
Thank you. I'm sure that's helpful to lots of people there. A question which I'm going to take, which I think to some extent, Siobhan Weaver, is Siobhan on the call, do we know? Quick look. Do you have any examples of innovative engagement and participation of adult health services for education, health and care plans, and a preparation for annual health checks and healthcare plans? Where are schools, FE and health services working well together, and how are primary care getting involved? I think it's fair to say that there's quite a range of different ways that this is happening. And of course, it'll depend on DCOs as to how they're engaging with it. At this point, I just want to flag up that the Council for Disabled Children does have networks for DCOs and DMOs. So if Siobhan's not part of that, then it would be probably worth finding out whether those networks are going forward. And there are, I mean, we've heard from Nottinghamshire today around annual health checks, and we know that in some areas there's quite a close alignment between DCOs and the planners in the SEND teams. So, for example, in Bath and North East Somerset, that's the case. We know that in Solihull there is work to help people understand how to make best use of annual health checks, and there's a whole load of materials. I just went on and checked that Birmingham University Hospitals and Solihull, they have a whole load of material that anybody can download and use to get information on annual health checks, and they can also ask questions, and our review documents do encourage people to do this, to ask questions about whether people are registered with a GP, whether they know about the learning disability flags on the GP registers, and also whether somebody is aware of their entitlement to an annual health check. So they're all things that can be closely tied in with the annual review meetings. And if you look on our Preparing for Adulthood website, you will find those documents. I hope that answers the question. I think there's just one more, which is for Ellen. Julie. Julie Grummett. Question for you, Ellen. What is being done to raise the issue of more support into work who are needed for young people who have special education needs and disabilities but don't have an education, health and care plan?
Okay. So there's no reason why support can't be given to young people without an education, health and care plan. It's really based on local development and how they see support being available. There are also different programmes out there, sort of DWP programmes, but often the support isn't sufficient if someone has additional needs but without an education, health and care plan. I think we've seen some good examples of traineeships with support, and I think that's in the southwest, Carol. And there are some areas where, you know, a job coach would be really useful. Well, there's no reason why a local authority or a provider can't start to develop job coaches for young people without additional needs and the support that they need to get them into the workplace. We've had different programmes from DWP, and you know, if you go to the job centre, there's a DEA there that maybe help identify providers who are on the work and health programme. That could also help. But it's I think it'd be good to see more development and more I think better support being available through job centres, such as job coaches. They've got work coaches, but they don't do in-work support. So it'd be great to see some of that developing. And we are having discussions with DWP about what they might be able to offer in the future. So let's hope it comes to fruition. So yeah, there's no reason why we can't do more.
Thank you.
Hopefully that answers.
Thank you very much. Yes, you're croaky this afternoon, aren't you, Ellen? Sorry. I promise I won't ask you any more questions. Do you think we should call this to a close now, or do you want me to look at some of the other questions that have been posed? Where do you go to support for? Oh, well, yeah, okay. We've got a question.
Carol, there's those two questions about the whole issue of residential college being the equivalent of university.
Yes, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I'm happy to, because it is a really important issue and it comes up all the time. And I would like to hope that the SEND review might say something about it, because I think it is something that really exercises a lot of people. But the reality is the post-16 system is very complex. So it's actually less than 50% of young people stay on at school in sixth form. Most young people go to FE colleges, and I think often people don't realise that. At 18 or a bit older, less than 50% of young people go to university. So it's not only young people with additional needs that don't get that opportunity. The reality is that the majority of young people leave education at 18 or soon after and go to work. because it is less than half go on to university. So it is something that needs sorting out. But the issue of whether or not residential colleges should be seen as the equivalent of university is something that, I mean, I've given it a lot of thought over the years, and I personally think, this is not a PfA or an NDTI position, it's just my personal view, is that there should be a look at residential specialist colleges being part of the higher education system and developing partnerships with universities and higher education institutions so that they give young people who have got real sort of passion in certain areas to have that opportunity to be part of the higher education system, but to get the support that they need. But that's, you know, that's a dream, whether that would be able to come to fruition, because I think at the moment, you know, residential colleges are part of the further education sector. They're not part of the higher education sector. And yet young people have that opportunity for further education in their local areas. And, you know, residential colleges are good for many young people, but we know that for others, there is a bit of an issue when they come back to their local area. And you, Carol, led a recent piece of work looking at that, didn't you? So it is an issue that we think about, and it does need some work to try and make it more understandable to families and young people with clearer routes.
I think, yeah, and I think one of the things that led us to do the accelerated working group with around young people who were away from living away from their home area, and what happens when they're returning, was actually the fact that we realised there wasn't good cooperation going on around the planning. So the planning tended to get left very late. It wasn't always then possible to get the best possible, you know, the best outcomes for people. And so we produced a guide called Home and Away, and it's really a sort of discussion document that people can use if they're in schools and residential schools and colleges, and it also allows local authorities to have more focused discussions with people in those settings around annual reviews, so that the planning actually becomes more meaningful. But it is a big issue, and I think there is some real disparity, isn't there? You know, that it's about also, where are the opportunities for people to spend time away from their families if they stay in their local area? And I think that's one of the problems. We don't have enough opportunities for a lot of young people.
And just to add that we do have a very, very small number of higher education institutions that do make provision for young people with quite complex needs, but they're few and far between. But they are there, and it would be really great to do a piece of work with them and with the higher education sector around how that can develop to include all young people.
Yeah. And we do have another question, and I think this probably will have to be our last one, which is a question about how much input adult social care having from year 9, and what does that look like? And Joy, I know you're still on the call, so I think it's probably fair to say we can't quantify how much input adult social care are having nationally. We wouldn't have a clue about that, but I'm guessing you were really more interested in the how. And I'm just Linda's putting a hand up, she's going to answer for you, and Julia's.
It's just to say that one of our early speakers today, Krina from Camden, did speak about the partnership that they have between education, health and care across children and adults. So, oh, Krina's back. Hi, taking your name in vain. Someone's asking about the involvement of adult social care in transition and preparing for adulthood.
Thank you. Yes, I'm back because I wanted to hear Julie's presentation. Not that the others are not as important, but I will listen to the recordings later on. So, and I did manage to hear Julie's presentation, so thank you. So I was just writing in the chat because I think it depends on each local authority structure, and this is an unfortunate, I would say. I mean, if you look at the policies and where we want to go, I do feel that, I mean, this is my personal opinion based on my experience in various local authorities over the years. I think if we move towards 0-25, more consistently, and we mirror the world of SEN. For example, in Camden, we have 025 SEND service, 025 social care service. Our health colleagues learned to work with us, so they have pathways and processes that will create that link. So I'm only talking here about the structures, and I think when you have the right structure, perhaps the right establishment, I'm not saying it's resolving everything, but you would probably have a different thinking and conversation happening. And if you look at local authorities around in London, where they have 025 structures or working on building, I think adults will naturally be absorbed within those 025 structures. So what we did in Camden, we merged half of CLDS social workforce with the children with disability service, and then we brought them all together under one. So it does give more, it's that ability to monitor progress, to understand your data. You don't have to go left and right. You have everything under one umbrella. And I just think the 025 structures, in my view, would help moving forward. But I worked in local authorities where, yes, it's very hard to engage either the children or the adult world. Depends on which side you are. It's an interesting one.
Thank you, Julie.
Yeah, I'll just jump in. I mean, I just popped something in the chat. I think it's really important to remember that under the Care Act, you know, we can have a significant benefit assessment for a young person as they come through transition if it's felt that they're likely to need support from adult social care. And certainly for us, where we see best practice is exactly what Corinne has described, where you've got good relationships. So you've got children and adults working well together with a good understanding of who's coming through that sort of transition age. And ideally adult practitioners working from year 9 to support children's practitioners, because we still need to continue to learn from each other. So yeah, hopefully that answers that question.
Okay, thank you. It is now 10 to near enough, and I think it's probably sensible for us to, I don't know whether you wanted to say something, Tiff, or you just put something in the yeah, that's fine. Okay, for you to hand over to you, Julie, just to do a bit of summing up.
Yes, gosh, how do I sum up today? It's impossible really, but I've been kind of typing away in the background and just created one slide, which hopefully, sorry Rebecca, I did send it you, but you wouldn't have got it, so I'm just going to pop it up now and hope that people can see this. Barry, I can see you. Can you see that?
It's coming. It's there, Julie.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. A massive thank you to everybody who's joined today to share kind of their learning, their best practice in their local areas, and a huge thank you to the team as well, and especially to Rebecca, who's I know in the background beavering away and helps to kind of make these events work really well for us. But I just wanted to try and sum up what we've discussed today in the word celebrate. But before I do that, just go back to our graphic. I know that Barry popped it up earlier on, but I take myself back to this all the time because I think those 5 key messages along the left, if we were to do it again, I think we'd change the order, if I'm honest. But those 5 key messages are really important, and you probably can't see them, but they are about taking that personalised approach. Every child, every young person, every family is different, and we can't put people into boxes. We really need to be thoughtful around what's right for one family that may not be right for another family. Develop that shared vision. So we heard from Kent today about how they've worked really hard to try and work together as partners, you know, with families and young people at the heart of that, to have that shared vision. Improving our post-16 offer, we've still got a long way to go, but we know that, you know, pathways to employment brings so much to this group of young people. It's not just about having money in your pocket at the end of the day, it's everything else that goes with it as well. Plan services together, that kind of goes without saying really, and this one I would absolutely put at the top if I redid this graphic. Raise aspirations, really important that we think about what's positive and possible. Great to hear Andre using that phrase. I think he might have nicked it from us actually, but fantastic to hear him say that. So just going through, C, co-production, listen to families and young people, connecting, community, creativity and collaboration. Employment kind of goes without saying, really. Language, think about the language that we use, you know, think about that no labels, judgment-free approach, and continue to learn. And that's not just for our young people, that's for us as well. Education, early years, choice, control and inclusion. I've squeezed a few in there really. And engagement with everybody, really important. SEND is everyone's business actually, and we have to work together. Brave, be courageous. We're not only all responsible for SEND, we're all leaders of SEND too, and that doesn't matter what role you play in your area. You are a leader, and sometimes that means that you have to challenge and be challenging as well. Relationships, probably the most important thing. Friends for young people, family relationships, but our own relationships as well. So keep those relationships going, find your allies and work with those allies that you've got and share the learning and the best practice. Let's keep reviewing too, keep that wheel moving and measuring outcomes for those families. Raise awareness and aspiration and use the resources that we've all created for everyone to kind of share and make use of. Think about your attitude, really important. Autism, think sensory. Timing, early planning and information. I can't see what's at the end because Carol's in the way. Health checks, I popped that one in. Really important to think about health checks in terms of timing. And then finally, expectations. So raise those expectations, but think about equality, experts, listen and hear the voices of young people and their families. Hopefully that's a summary of everything that we've covered today. It's been an amazing day, and again, massive thank you to all of you for joining, and thank you to everyone who contributed as well.